First practice of the week for the Buffalo Bills as they get ready for the New England Patriots on Sunday Night Football. And a couple of players returning to practice. Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, and Spencer Brown were all limited at Wednesday's practice for the Bills. So good news there. Tight end Jackson Hawes appeared on the report as limited with an ankle injury. And then one player that was not participating was linebacker Dorian Williams with a knee injury. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Tonight is Thursday Night Football between the Rams and the 49ers. Mac Jones starts at quarterback for San Francisco. No Brock Purdy with a toe injury. Sabres in action last night in preseason game number 5. They fall 5-3 to Pittsburgh, who played a lot of their AHL guys. Josh Norris did score 2 goals on the night for the Sabres. Rasmus Dahlin had an incredible goal in the game as well. So one more preseason game, and then it's on to the regular season, which is 1 week from tonight. Baseball playoffs last night. 3 series continue. 1 ends. The Dodgers beat the Reds 8-4, so they advance. Cincinnati's season is over. Yankees beat the Red Sox 4-3. That series now tied at 1 game apiece. Padres over the Cubs 3-0. Guardians over the Tigers. So all 3 of those series go to today. Tigers Guardians at 3. Padres Cubs is at 5. Red Sox Yankees is at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
What is this movie?
Tombstone. What is this movie?
Don't even know it.
It pairs wonderfully with a Cobb salad if you're interested.
Jeremy White.
The lengths that you're taking it to, I don't think most people have a food thing like this.
Which of us is taking it to lengths?
You're saying
throwing
no.
Masters tickets on a table in front of me, and I'm just saying I hate that and find it revolting. There's no lengths.
I'm not for sale, baby.
And Joe DiBiase.
I did have the wonder in my mind, did I have more fun with the Bills during the drought? It's fun thinking about some of those games. It's like, look at us back then. We made it through all that.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
I'm reminded that yesterday I made a Gozer the Gozerian reference, and you don't know who that is.
No, I have no idea. Who's that?
It's fine. Gozer the Gozerian. I think it's Gozer the Gozerian. So you've never seen the original Ghostbusters?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well then you've seen Gozer the Gozerian.
Okay.
He was the bubble-wrapped mutant alien on top of the skyscraper that brought about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Gozer the Gozerian.
Okay. Yeah, didn't have the name to memory at all.
Yeah, well.
Sure, now that I see a picture, yes. Okay.
Yes.
But I would have never been able to tell you the name of that villain.
Fair.
Gozer.
Yes, Gozer. Now, you may be out there asking, why did Gozer come up?
Yeah,
And
what? I don't even remember. What was it?
It was just that the Sabres last night showed us the standings in the goal song vote. They got 5 songs up for the goal song, and they've twice shown us the standings. Like, this is where we're at right now.
Yeah.
And it's a 3-horse race, which it was the first time, too. So we know the goal song is pretty much going to be one of 3.
Right.
If it's not one of the top 3, which are close, like 28, 27, and 26%, I'd be shocked because the other 2 are way behind.
Yep.
So the 3 are Swords of a Thousand Men.
Yep.
The Every Time We Touch.
Yep.
And last year's goal song, Kickstart My Heart.
Yeah. I like how he really had to sound like the old guy on the show by saying the every time we touch. Putting the in front of it.
Well, I was trying to think of the name of the artist, like Cascada or Cascada.
Whatever.
Right. So, Every Time We Touch.
Yeah. Which is the leader?
Yes, and I believe the standings were 28, 27, 26,
Oh.
or even closer than that. I can double check. Anyway.
That's tight. 3-horse race?
That is a 3-horse race. And if
nobody gets 50%, there is no goal song.
That's right. In my internet brain humor thing, what did I do? I saw that vote, and I put a picture of Gozer the Gozerian up there because in the movie, he finally, or famously says, "Now choose." Like choose.
I think that was a pretty good Gozer the Gozerian.
That's not bad. You know what?
That was a pretty good.
Joe, if you pull
fake,
up that
Gozer
clip
the Gozerian
later today in the show, put mine up against the actual Gozer.
I bet it's pretty
Choose
close.
the form of your destructor.
I think he should have to do the whole show as Gozer the Gozerian. Probably blow out your voice.
Yeah, probably. And then the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man comes on, and blah blah blah.
So wait, so it's before within 2%, it could still be Swords of a Thousand Men.
Oh, for sure. It could be. It's going to be one of those three songs.
The last time the standings had come out, I had thought it was down to 2 basically because that was too far behind, but I guess not.
Yeah,
It was like a 10% difference. I thought the first time they released it.
I've got the standings on this, because they've twice showed us what the standings were. And the one before this one would have been on Saturday. So on Saturday, it's 26.2 every time we touch, and then it is 26.01 Kickstart My Heart, and then about 21% Swords of a Thousand Men. So it's
All right.
polling behind by 5 points.
Maybe the 2 at the bottom fell out of the race, decided to endorse Swords of a Thousand Men.
You know what?
Their voters went over to Swords of a Thousand Men.
That could happen.
Yeah, that could have happened.
Yesterday, the vote is 28 for Every Time We Touch, 27 for Kickstart My Heart, 25 for Swords of a Thousand Men. So close the gap from about 5%, 6% to 3%.
Have you voted every day?
No, I haven't voted a single time.
Oh, okay. You can vote every day.
Oh, okay. Should I be voting?
Every day?
Yeah.
I mean, what if it loses by 0.1%? How are you going to feel?
Listen, I mean,
You're going to feel like,
I can't-
20 votes could have really put it over the line.
what I would say is the gold song conversation is probably there if we want it a little bit later or now. I don't really care what wins. I could make an impassioned plea to not pick a pop song no one will ever care about or remember or associate with the Sabres. I could do that, but that's fine. I could make the case that all we have to do is pick a song. It doesn't have to make sense. Once we all sing it, it becomes part of our lives. See Mr. Brightside. Mr. Brightside has nothing to do with the Bills at all.
No.
We just all decided,
We just like it.
what if we all just sing that song? And now it is appointment
Yeah.
football viewing experience.
Right.
My wife said to me last night about going to this game tonight, she's never seen Mr. Brightside. Either she's left the game early enough or they were losing at the time because sometimes they push it until they're whatever.
Okay.
Or we always leave early because the kids. She's never been at the stadium for Mr. Brightside, so we're making a point to try to be there for that on Sunday. So, hey, why'd they start singing Mr. Brightside? Nobody knows. Oh, it's because the tight ends went to a wedding because of Josh's wedding.
Right.
Sure. They heard a
Right.
song at a wedding, and we just started playing Mr. Brightside, and now they show it on CBS.
Yeah. Amazon was featuring it,
Sure.
right?
Why do the Steelers play Renegade? I don't know. One day they decided to do it, and everybody sings it now, and now it's their thing. So I would take any song that got people motivated. Why did the Blackhawks choose Chelsea Dagger? No idea. But the whole crowd just goes da 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 da. And if we did that to Every Time We Touch, I would sign up with every Time We Touch. Fine. Whatever gets people doing something exciting, that's all I want. And that will not happen with Kickstart My Heart.
Doesn't it not matter to some degree what the song is whenever they get good? Like Chelsea Dagger how long have they been doing that in Chicago? Maybe I'm about to be wrong on this, and it goes back to like
15 years.
Okay, when they got good.
Yes, when they were good.
When Jonathan Taze and Patrick Kane showed up, we suddenly found the perfect goal song.
Right.
Like you found the perfect goal song because it was your goal song when you won 3 Stanley Cups. Right?
Pretty much.
And if the Sabres go and win 3 Stanley Cups in the next 6 years, and Every Time We Touch is their goal song, it's going to be the most popular song in Buffalo.
Yeah, maybe. I remember the goal songs from way back when. Limp Bizkit's Rollin' was up there. I remember the song on the power play. The power play was Coheed and Cambria something. Yeah, when they go to the power play, they would play this song.
And now they just use the Mario soundtrack, right?
I don't even know what they use when they're going
The
mushroom up. That's when a guy comes out of the box.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I don't know what the power play song is. Right. The point is, there are no bad songs, only bad hockey teams. Right? That's really what we get to.
I definitely think "Let Me Clear My Throat" would have been their goal song and popular if they had just been good.
So what you're saying is "Let Me Clear My Throat" is like Sam Darnold with Adam Gase. There was potential there, but it just never got realized. And if "Let Me Clear My Throat" was able to play for, say, Kevin O'Connell, then it could have been much more useful.
Yeah, if the Lightning had picked "Let Me Clear My Throat," it would be a great goal song.
Fair
in the National Hockey League. You just got to win for all of this. You just got to win.
Was Darnold the right call there? Who did I want?
It's not bad.
Geno Smith?
Yeah, I wanted the Jets.
Baker? Hey.
Baker was decent. Yeah, no, I like Darnold because Darnold was terrible with the Jets.
He was pretty bad.
And then he was great in Minnesota, and he's good again in Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darnold's a good one for that.
Not bad. That's good.
Yeah.
Sabres played last night. They lost to Pittsburgh. A couple things that happened along the way. There are two things that happened in this game. If you didn't watch it, that's fine. Here are the two things you need to care about from last night's Sabres game. We got plenty of Bills coming up. We'll talk to Paul about the Sabres. We'll talk to Sal about the Bills and the Patriots. But the things that happened in that game last night, one, Josh Norris looks legitimately like a really good hockey player.
Yep.
And that's huge. And then the other thing is the only thing that we didn't want to happen, which is UPL left the game hurt.
Yeah.
And it's the worst thing, not the worst, but of all the things that could have happened, like, oh, Luukkonen's going to play. All right, I hope he's feeling better. Let's see. He leaves after one period.
Yeah.
And the worst part of it was, Joe, we don't even get to come in today and say, well, maybe it was scheduled. Maybe he's just a light. No, out again, hurt, not returning to the game.
Yeah, no, they announced it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He will not return, lower body injury, and your opening night goaltender is Alex Lyon.
And we're right back to, okay, well, this is maybe why they signed Alex Georgiev.
Yes.
Like, why were they in a spot where, hey, you got 3 goalies again? That's not ideal. Why'd you do that? Because UPL's injury is maybe was a real scare.
Yeah, because they didn't really know what to expect.
Know.
This is Elliot Friedman had reported that the Sabres signed Georgiev and gave him a little bit more than the minimum because they needed to make it happen.
Yep.
Because they really didn't know what was going to happen with Luukkonen. And they're not worried, but they don't know. One of those kind of things. Well, I don't know if they're more worried, but now they know that 8 days before the season, he's not available.
Right.
And that's tough. So here we are. Alex Lyon, who you think might be their best shot at having a good goaltender.
I do. I'm more optimistic for him than I am for Luukkonen this year.
Okay.
Just looking at the numbers from recent years. He did drive a team to the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yes, the Florida Panthers. He had a save percentage of .914.
Yep, he actually begun that playoff run for them.
Okay.
Bobrovsky came in, I think, not too long after, but yeah, no, it's just goalies, right? It's a dart throw at a couple of goalies, one of which has been, I think, better more recently, which is Lyon, and then Georgiev, who's been better probably years back. And the odds that one of those two gives them better goaltending than the likes of Eric Comrie or going back even Luukkonen in some of these years, I don't think it's really that unreasonable. Sure, I think your best chance is Luukkonen and Lyon together, but I don't think it's impossible that Lyon just shows up and I'm a goalie that you're able to start 50 games this year.
Yeah. Well, I'm at the website. This is how you know hockey season's around the corner. I'm at Money Puck, looking at last year's goals saved above expected, and Lyon comes in 32nd, which to be number 32 is not to be great.
And I think last year was a down year a little bit for him.
Yeah, he was. His goals saved above expected per 60 was 32nd in the league. Luukkonen is 50th.
Yep.
And the other Sabres goaltenders, if I'm finding them, I don't know if anybody's in the top 60. So goals saved above expected per 60. Reimer was actually 14th in the league. How about that, James Reimer?
If you go for the last 3 years total, Luukkonen's played 142 games. He's 2.9 goals saved above expected. And Lyon has played 89 games and is 17 goals saved above expected.
So he's been more reliable.
In the last 3 seasons at least. Yeah.
All right.
And that does include that Florida run for him where he got really, really hot.
Hey, they want to be better defensively. Meanwhile, 4 of the 6 defensemen are hurt.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's not ideal.
Kesselring left. He's day-to-day. He's the new guy they got from Utah in the Paterka trade. He's day-to-day, not something to be too concerned about.
Byram, though, has been day-to-day, and Powers day-to-day.
Everybody's hurt.
Samuelson, we don't know. I don't think we know.
Maybe they are just doing the thing where it's the preseason and everybody, you got the littlest thing, let's get you out of there.
That's what I would hope for, because otherwise, I was starting to get to where you, I think, have been, which is, I'm warming. I'm warming a little bit on their chances. There's a line in The West Wing where President Bartlett tells Charlie, you know how I know the forest fire is going to grow and the weather's going to get worse? He's like, why? Because smart people told me.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel about the Sabres right now. I did not like their offseason at all. But every day it's Why am I warming on the Sabres? Because smart people are telling me that I probably should be warming on the Sabres' chances. I saw another Evolving Wild, another stats analytic hockey site today tweeted I'm plugging in my projections and I'm bullish on the Sabres. From J Fresh Hockey from Elite Prospects. I'm projecting the Sabres are going to make the playoffs.
How much
Dom
of that?
Lucian from The Athletic said this week that he thinks this is the best chance the Sabres have had in 10 years to make the playoffs.
How much of that is not them, but the division is actually looking like it could be cracked?
I think it's a little of both. Because isn't projecting the Sabres for 92 points feel like, a little bold take there, huh?
Yeah.
Sabres at 92 points. 92 points isn't usually playoff pace, right? It's usually right below it.
Yep.
But this year, if the Atlantic is bad, then that's more in play, I think. So I do think that is a factor, yes. That Boston is now terrible, that Toronto, I really think, could take a step back, and they lose Marner, and Florida's got these injuries. Yeah, it's definitely part of it is the division. The division has been the best division, I think, in hockey history. You can make that argument for the last 10 years.
Fair enough, yeah.
How couldn't you? It's been the same 5 teams every single year. They always go to the Cup, right? The Cup.
Florida, Tampa, Boston.
Yeah, I think it's 7 years in a row that the Atlantic team has represented the East in the finals, and how many times have they won it? It's been a lot of them. So the division's been incredible, and this might be the first year in a long time that isn't true.
92 points, huh? Last time they got over 90 was Granato's year that got them 1 point out, which was 91. And the previous 90-point season for the Sabres was the last time they made the playoffs with 96. Mm-hmm. They also won the division with 100. Remember the wire-to-wire divisional year where Miller wins the Calder Miller wins
Vezina.
the Vezina and Myers wins the Calder?
Yep.
That's only 100 points. It is kind of funny how the difference between 92 and 100 is wire-to-wire division winner at 100, 92, we'll see if you make it. That's 8 points. So what's the difference there? Saves. Back to the point about Luukkonen. I don't know if Luukkonen's going to be good. And anybody that watched last night and saw him leave and say, well, whatever, I'm not sure he's good anyway.
Right.
I think the point is he's a kick at the can. And I need NHL goalies, and I can believe that whether it's Lyon or Luukkonen, that one of those two might be ready, or one and a half of them might be good enough. But if Luukkonen's out of the picture, my backup is Levi or Georgiev, and that's just that feels like more of a gamble, even though Luukkonen himself might be a bit of a gamble.
Right. And I don't think they want Levi back in the NHL. Not for at least a while at the start of the year. So we'll see. How long is he out? What type of injury is it? Is there surgery involved? You hope not. Because although I like Lyon, I definitely felt more comfortable being bullish on Lyon with Luukkonen's presence also being there. That he can take on a good amount of the starts, that he's also a possibility to take a step from last season and be able to play 40 to 50 games. But now that it's like, well, Lyon better do it. Like, it went from, I think it's kind of, there's a chance Lyon does it, to even maybe there's a good chance Lyon does it, and I've got Luukkonen there, to now it's, okay, Lyon has to do it. He has to. Because otherwise, I'm feeling pretty, it's unlikely they're going to be a 90-point team if he doesn't do it and Luukkonen's hurt. Because Georgiev, even last night, right? They're playing AHL guys, and that did not look great for him. No. So I'd be very skeptical of their chances if he's got to play a lot of meaningful games this year. Could be wrong. I mean, it was like 3 years ago that he wasn't bad in Colorado, but if you seen what he's looked like in his last 80 starts, it's really bad.
Sure. I mean, this is picking up a defensive end a week before the season, being like, we need him to go in. Like, I wouldn't expect too much out of this guy. You know, like anybody that's available with all these camps and extended rosters who's looking for a spot. I mean, maybe this is Rasul Douglas. Maybe this is Amari Cooper.
They could have brought Reimer back.
That's right.
Well, maybe they could have. Toronto just signed him to a PTO or something. But
Sure. But if you're out there looking for a job, I'm not going to have much faith in you. There are exceptions to that, but whatever.
But this is part, like, you saying the other day, I think they'll be good. Who's going to get the saves? That's a big question right now.
Somebody's got to.
Somebody's got to get saves, and here we are again with that, right? At post-Allmark leaving, it's just somebody give me saves. And it really hasn't happened other than 40-year-old Craig Anderson for a couple of weeks.
I had the thought yesterday, which contract, if you could push a button and make it go away, would you get rid of, Luukkonen or Samuelsson? Which is the worst contract to have signed? They signed both of them very quickly off of not a lot of data, but they just bet on it.
Right.
Luukkonen had one good year, and it was 5 years, $25 million. Samuelsson had, 50 games?
Yeah, it wasn't even a full season.
And 7 years.
Yep.
Which one's worse?
It's hard to say Samuelsson isn't worse because I think his was longer, and also he is just
A shell of what they believed?
Yeah, I think he actively hurts them on the ice.
And you think that Luukkonen could, get hot?
Basically.
Right.
I can envision, I'll put it this way. I can envision Luukkonen helping them this season. That is feasible. I can't picture Samuelsson helping them this season. What is he doing? What is it? He's playing 15 minutes a night on the third pair, and he's doing what? He's being physical and blocking shots. Do we think he'll stay healthy doing that?
No.
The style of defenseman he is, he's not really even that physical, and is not even that much of a mean, tough-nosed defenseman in his own end for being 6'5", and then if he does play that way, I probably expect he's going to get hurt. So I think I'd probably say Samuelsson is the worst contract, but those are the worst too. Hey, you win some, you lose some, right? Like they did that with Thompson, and it's going to work out to where he's going to be underpaid by $8 million per year probably.
Maybe Norris will be underpaid too. I mean, that's a deal that they got a lot of term and money on, and if he's very good.
Yeah.
His goal was pretty nice last night. Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Gets tripped.
Yep.
Goes down. His first goal, I should say. Pretty sweet. Rasmus Dahlin looked like he was playing against 16-year-olds in Sweden.
I did. I'm like, is this going to be the Angels where oh, wow, wait till you tell your buddies the next day, you got to see the goal Dahlin scored last night. He cut through everybody, scored, and Sabres lost 5-3.
Oh, right. The old, is it?
It was like
Tungsten Arm O'Doyle or something, the Mike Trout tweet, the Otani.
Yes, so Otani broke a record from 1898. Trout went 3 for 4 with 2 home runs, and the Angels lost 5-2.
Yeah.
That
might be our lives. We'll see. The opener's a week from today. You said you're getting bullish on them.
I'm getting bullish.
I think you could be bullish on them having a competitive and fun season. That'd be nice. It's been a while since we had one of those. Jason Bottrell is long gone. He said meaningful games in March, and they had those once. And they played Devin Levi in all of them, pretty much. Right? That was the most excited I feel like we've been about the Sabres for a while because they had a stretch run, and they kept leaning on him. He was amazing down that stretch, and now he can't get back in their net. So,
6 of their first 8 at home, by the way. So get off to a good start. You don't have to go to Europe this year. You don't have to go out west, and you got some of those division teams that you mentioned. They play Boston early, Ottawa, Florida, Montreal, and Detroit, all in the first 2 weeks, and then Toronto. So actually, did they play everybody in their division in the first week and a half of the season? Boston, Ottawa, Florida, Toronto, Detroit, and Montreal. They play everyone with Tampa in the first 2 weeks. So you want to be good in this division.
There's one to avoid.
You play everybody early.
803-0550. If you want to, fire us anything on the Sabres. The goal song, I don't know if they'll announce the winner or we'll have to wait for the first goal.
They said it in the release for all the activities on opening night, like they do the blue and gold carpet or whatever. I think in there it said that
the debut of the goal song.
They'll unveil the goal song because I then immediately saw the joke of now they're going to get shut out 2-0 by the Rangers, and we're not going to find out what the goal song was.
Right, are you going to tell people what it is before they score, or are you going to wait until the goal actually happens?
They're waiting until the goal actually happens,
okay.
I think. Yeah.
Respectfully. Mistake? Just tell people. Because if you're waiting for it to be revealed, what happens when it's 3-0 Rangers late in the third, and not even get shut out, you just, pitch one in with 12:35 to go.
Then the goal song is played.
Oh, all right, great. Tell everybody beforehand.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a good first impression.
Just tell everybody beforehand. That would be my advice. Whatever it is, fine. Pick it beforehand. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. All right, Paul coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll talk with him. I've got some good stuff on the Patriots and this Bills matchup. And 2 things, 2 parts of the matchup, 2 stats from New England, what they do well, how that matches against the Bills, and how that'll shape this matchup. We'll get to that among other things. We've got Thursday Night Football tonight. which could be good. Niners and Rams. We'll see. The Niners have everybody hurt like they do every other year.
Yep.
And, happy baseball season. Got some dramatic baseball finishes last night. Plenty to get to. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 on WGR. I had the thought yesterday, which contract, if you could push a button and make it go away, would you get rid of? Luukkonen or Samuelsson? Which is the worst contract to have signed? They signed both of them very quickly off of not a lot of data, but they just bet on it.
Right.
Luukkonen had one good year, and it was 5 years, $25 million. Samuelsson had, 50 games?
Yeah, it wasn't even a full season.
And 7 years.
Yep.
Which one's worse?
It's hard to say Samuelsson isn't worse because I think his was longer, and also he is just
A shell of what they believed?
Yeah, I think he actively hurts them on the ice.
And you think that Luukkonen could, get hot?
Basically.
Right.
I can envision, I'll put it this way. I can envision Luukkonen helping them this season. That is feasible. I can't picture Samuelsson helping them this season. What is he doing? What is it? He's playing 15 minutes a night on the third pair, and he's doing what? He's being physical and blocking shots. Do we think he'll stay healthy doing that?
No.
The style of defenseman he is, he's not really even that physical, and is not even that much of a mean, tough-nosed defenseman in his own end for being 6'5". And then if he does play that way, I probably expect he's going to get hurt. So I think I'd probably say Samuelsson is the worst contract. But those are the worst, too. Hey, you win some, you lose some, right? Like they did that with Thompson, and it's going to work out to where he's going to be underpaid by $8 million per year, probably.
Maybe Norris will be underpaid, too. I mean, that's a deal that they got a lot of term and money on, and if he's very good.
Yeah.
His goal was pretty nice last night. Pretty sweet. But the things that happened in that game last night, one, Josh Norris looks legitimately like a really good hockey player.
Yep.
And that's huge. And then the other thing is the only thing that we didn't want to happen, which is UPL left the game hurt.
Yeah.
That is the worst thing, not the worst, but of all the things that could have happened, Luukkonen's going to play. All right, I hope he's feeling better. Let's see. He leaves after one period.
Yeah.
And the worst part of it was, Joe, we don't even get to come in today and say, well, maybe it was scheduled. Maybe he's just a light. No, out again, hurt, not returning to the game.
Yeah, no, they announced it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He will not return, lower body injury, and your opening night goaltender is Alex Lyon.
And we're right back to, but this is maybe why they signed Alex Georgiev.
Yes.
Why were they in a spot where, hey, you got 3 goalies again? That's not ideal. Why'd you do that? Because UPL's injury is maybe was a real scare.
Yeah, because they didn't really know what to expect. This is Elliot Friedman had reported that the Sabres signed Georgiev and gave him a little bit more than the minimum because they needed to make it happen.
Yep.
Because they really didn't know what was going to happen with Luukkonen. And they're not worried, but they don't know. One of those kind of things. Well, I don't know if they're more worried, but now they know that 8 days before the season, he's not available.
Right.
Then that's tough. So here we are. Alex Lyon, who you think might be their best shot at having a good goaltender.
I do. I'm more optimistic for him than I am for Luukkonen this year.
Okay.
Just looking at the numbers from recent years. He did drive a team to the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yes, the Florida Panthers. He had a save percentage of .914.
Yep, he actually begun that playoff run for them.
Okay.
Bobrovsky came in, I think, not too long after, but yeah, no, it's just goalies, right? It's a dart throw at a couple of goalies, one of which has been, I think, better more recently, which is Lyon, and then Georgiev, who's been better probably years back. And the odds that one of those two gives them better goaltending than the likes of Eric Comrie or going back even Luukkonen in some of these years, I don't think it's really that unreasonable. Sure, I think your best chance is Luukkonen and Lyon together. First Bills injury report of the week was a positive update mostly, as both Spencer Brown, Dorian Williams, or Ed Oliver, and Matt Milano all were limited at practice after not practicing last week. Dorian Williams was a non-participant with a knee injury. Also, Jackson Hawes was limited with an ankle injury. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Thursday Night Football tonight, Niners and Rams. The Niners will not have Brock Purdy. Mac Jones makes his second start of the year at quarterback. Sabres in action last night. They fall 5-3 in the preseason. Josh Norris did pick up a couple of goals. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was injured in the first period and did not return. Sabres have one more preseason game against the Penguins in Pittsburgh, and then it's on to the regular season, which is 1 week from tonight. Baseball playoffs. One series ends, and 3 series continue into today in the best-of-3 series in the wild card. Dodgers ended the Red season last night. Yankees survive against the Red Sox. Padres beat the Cubs, and the Guardians beat the Tigers. So today you have 3 games, all game 3s. Winner goes on, loser goes home. Guardians, Tigers at 3, Cubs, Padres at 5, and then Red Sox, Yankees is at 8. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Norris looking to the far post. Krebs is down low along with Taves Thompson right now, who's behind the Pittsburgh net. Thompson, side of the goal. Sends it in front, scores! Thompson to Norris, who buries it. And it's a 3-2 game. Sabres within 1 with 15:31 to go here in the third.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. Sabres will be back home for the season opener a week from tonight. They play Pittsburgh one more time to close out the preseason tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Happy Thursday. It's cold.
Yeah, 40s.
Cold.
Shorts report.
Shorts.
Pants.
Pants.
I transitioned over. It's bad.
Pants.
It's bad.
Pants for Joe Cali.
I'm on pants too.
Pants for
Wow.
Live to
I mean, hoodie and shorts.
Yeah, right.
It's the it's the greatest time of the year.
Yeah.
Hoodie and shorts. The temperature for Sunday night, I haven't checked that yet. It's going to be nice, like 70 at night.
Ooh, I didn't know if it was that warm.
No, okay. 8 p.m., I mean, yeah, it'll be 68.
Okay.
At
All right.
68 at kickoff on Sunday. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's great. That's perfect.
Beautiful. It'll the real feel, let me get you that. The real feel. 66 on Sunday. Wind, nothing. Rain, nothing.
Perfect.
Perfect night.
Love it.
Perfect night. It is kind of funny how the Bills are the rivalry series and these uniforms. I'm really excited to see them on the field as a collective because you get a uniform in a photo shoot and then you see it on the field. What's it look like on the field? How easy is it to see the numbers and all that stuff?
Yeah.
So eager to see that. The Bills are going to wrap the ring wall and the goalposts and a bunch of stuff. They're not going to change their end zones, which some people are upset about, but they have a reasonably good reason on that. Anyway, be cool to see all that. Excited for it.
Yeah. They are. It's funny they're wearing them and they're snow themed and it's going to be like the warmest October
70
night
degrees.
that is possible. But that's good. Yeah.
Don't we think it would have been a mistake to wear them in a should they have worn them in December instead?
No, I mean, because if it was snowing,
You
it would
couldn't
be
see them. They'd
Well,
blend in.
Yeah, I guess. So you have to be really snowing for that.
I mean, they could have gone to a December game, but if they went for that, the divisional it's all divisional opponents. And
Right.
their schedule, Miami has already been here. New England is here this week. You're doing it
And
against
the Jets aren't here until the final game of the year.
right, and that's the red helmet game.
Right.
So you don't have other options unless you had the schedule shifted around.
Yeah.
So this kind of was your choice.
This was the spot. This was the spot. It's fine. I like it a lot. And you're right. It probably is better that there isn't snow everywhere because maybe it would be harder for Josh Allen to see people when he's dropping back to pass.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, I like it. Sunday Night Football, too. Right?
Yeah.
Because everyone's picking primetime games. Obviously. Right? Like,
They want to sell.
Nike's going to want to see these.
Trying to sell uniforms.
Yeah, Arizona was on Thursday night with theirs, and Miami was on Monday night. I'm sure everybody's doing it on a primetime game, so.
803-0550 if you want to join us. Jump on the YouTube stream, make a comment, whatever you got. Maybe we'll check in with the chat today. We'll get to plenty of stuff this morning. Sal at 8:30 today. The update on the Bills practice. So no one activated from injured reserve. That's not Tylan Grable or Tyler Bass or Maxwell Hairston. So that's all, status quo. Ed Oliver limited at practice. He was also asked about the injury, what happened. He said, I promise you I got stepped on at practice.
Yeah.
I did not fall off a horse. He said he heard that.
Yes.
I heard
that's been the conspiracy.
I heard I fell off a horse. No, I promise I got stepped on at practice.
Right. Not that it really matters one way or another, does it? Or maybe it would actually, because there's non-football injury list stuff. Like for the team, it might actually matter.
Yeah.
But for fans, would it matter?
Not so much.
Would they be mad at him if it was a horse?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, they'd say, you have to practice. You don't have to ride a horse during the season. That's what they would say. And
doesn't he ride horses during the season?
Presumably.
So that person should probably get mad every time he sees Ed Oliver on a horse then.
And might.
Like, hey, season's going on here. We're trying to win the Super Bowl. No horse riding.
Is it any less dangerous than other things players are not allowed to do? You're not allowed to skydive? Not allowed to...
Is horse riding not as dangerous as skydiving? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm asking if horse riding has ever been thought to be put on the list of things a player can't do.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Horseback riding, not sure if that makes the list.
Either way, this segment
I remember when Tom Brady did cliff jumping, and that was like a violation of his contract, but obviously New England wasn't going to do anything about it.
Yeah. Well, either way, this segment is leading people to believe that he was thrown from a horse, even though he said he has not been thrown from a horse.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
So I guess no Hairston. I mean, he was on the sidelines, 2 weeks ago, doing light rehab stuff on the field, and it seemed like maybe the ramp up was starting. It didn't end up being season ending. It almost does it kind of feel like it's still though lost season for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't mean he can't be activated today and start practicing today or tomorrow or next week and still get in at some point. But I was really hopeful that he might be one of those guys that would be ready to go. But I don't know, post bye week obviously is what the expectation was in the first place. But you think back, that injury happened 2 months ago now?
It's a long time.
It's a long injury that he had.
Yeah.
So I don't know, where he's going to be, but it was a little disappointing to see that he wasn't just ready to at least get back practicing and start that ramp up. Because I think it's going to be a long ramp up for him from when he starts practicing to when he actually gets on the field. And I still feel like he's important. Important to this season.
He's important.
He's obviously important to the future.
He's important only because he represents a spot that they could get better at.
Yes.
And he could play any position and have been drafted in the first round and not played yet, and we'd think, he's coming. That could be receiver, that could be defensive end, defensive tackle, linebacker, safety. We would think, the same way we feel about Michael Hoyt, which is, he's going to help. We don't know that. We just kind of hope that because the Bills would have identified this player as someone that's going to help them and someone that, you make a plan for your offseason, and when do they pick him? First round of the draft. From that day forward, it's, all right, this guy's a part of our defense, an important part of our defense. They make a 4 to 5 year investment in that player, so they like him quite a bit. And we haven't had to see what it really all amounts to yet.
But also just what type of player he is, right? The idea of a player that fast at that position with certain man coverage abilities that I don't believe Tre'Davious White has anymore at this stage in his career. He was part of representing something different about their defense, how they might want to change from what they had been for years, playing the same scheme and the same style. To all right, Hoyt's going to move around and Hairston's got a different ability than every corner they've had. Other than maybe you could say Kyrie Elam, but he didn't play, and when he did, he was terrible. So you're not really comparing him to a lot of guys they've already had, and it's kind of like Hoyt for me. The interest in seeing how will they use Hoyt. I have that about Hairston. Like, how will they want it? Will they match him up one-on-one and trust him to cover, like, really fast receivers? And does that allow them to blitz more? Would they feel more comfortable doing certain things with him out there if he's just out there with the skill set that he has? Versus an older Trey White that I just don't think you can do. You got to kind of protect. So it's part of him being a first-round pick. It's part of the talent level, but it's also part of, I think, there were things they probably want to do defensively that I wonder if they can do without him being out there and being
just
productive.
Style, right?
Right.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like that's everything you laid out there is Hoyt is the same conversation.
Hoyt is the same thing, I
right?
think.
Like,
yeah,
when they signed him, it was an immediate like, oh, okay, this guy is interesting. He'll allow them to be malleable or whatever, like do multiple things, and we haven't seen it yet because of the suspension. 803-0550, Bills and Patriots. So one number on New England so far this year, and this is one of the two things to watch for, and that's Drake May being the best Drake May being the best third down quarterback in football.
right.
He's great.
I heard Sean McDermott asked about that yesterday. Yep.
And does anybody want to get into a potential area the Bills might be not great? Is it third down defense?
Third down defense.
So here comes the third down king against the third down defense that is a kingmaker. They often give up big plays on third down, 3rd and 8s. If you're a quarterback that can make plays, Fields didn't do much on third down, and Rattler didn't do too much on third down. The Dolphins were okay, good to okay, and of course Lamar and previous other great quarterbacks have really dinged the Bills on third down again and again and again. This Patriots game, I feel like there's going to be a big reaction on Monday. If the Bills win and if they make May and the Patriots offense look like, fine, meh, it'll be a lot of, I was told this guy was the next Josh Allen. Right?
Yes.
Because there's a lot of that. You get a lot of, he plays like Allen, he's exciting, he's this, he's that. He's not won any game of real consequence yet.
No.
And not even really beaten a good team yet, which, say what you will, he's played 17 games.
I looked yesterday, I couldn't really even pick out, like, who the best team he's played. Or beat. Like, there really isn't an impressive win.
No, not
anywhere.
at all. This would be his moment, their moment. And, do we believe there's a true challenge to the throne? Not yet. But he's a, whatever. He's worth considering.
Yeah, and if he's lighting them up on third downs and they're keeping drives alive, I think any game that's close and he performs well, and even if the Bills win it, you could still say the thing about he has not beaten anybody impressive. But I don't think you'll hear it as much because I don't know if everybody's going to believe that that's going to continue. Like, with Tua and the Dolphins, there was enough history at some point where you went, okay, this is the third season of this. They're like, it's so bad. It's like they're 1-in-whatever against teams that have winning records or were playoff teams. Like, all right, at this point, you just got to accept it. Like, this is who they are. Whereas Drake May is so early on here in the process that if they lose a close game to the Bills and he looks good, I don't think you'll hear the same things about him. Like, oh, he can't. That guy can't beat a good team. You're going to believe he's going to. Like, if he even shows that he's close to beating the Bills. And that's how I feel. Like, I think it's true right now that he hasn't beaten that team, but I think there are important wins for this guy coming. There's too much of a talent level there. I think they're just starting to surround him with the right pieces. I mean, I kind of think they're going to make the playoffs this year still with the schedule that they have. They can actually maybe make the playoffs and not actually beat a good team.
Yeah. Miami did that.
So that's possible.
Many times.
Right. So I've been impressed so far.
Well,
I don't really see. Do you see an outcome happening where the Bills just dominate him on Sunday with the defense that they currently have?
It's
Their
hard.
defense hasn't showed an ability to do that to anybody yet, and they're going to do it to him, and he's looked good.
They did to the Jets, but it's
Yeah,
hard.
right, the Jets,
it's
thank you.
hard
Yeah.
to envision the Bills' defense shutting down a quarterback that can play right now. And this is where I tell you, I rarely have that vision anyway. But right now, as presently constructed with their injuries, with what they're missing, it is difficult to imagine. Like, if you tell me New England comes out of here with 10 points, like that's a shock to me.
I'd be super impressed if they were able to do that.
The biggest over-under in the league this week. This is expected to be the highest scoring game in the league. Now, that could be because the Bills routinely put up 30.
Yep.
And would anyone be shocked if the final score is 31-20? Probably not. But holding May and the Patriots offense down with this defense, like, yeah, it's tougher and tougher to envision. 803-0550 doesn't mean they won't win, but I think there's a lot of work to do for this defense still. 1-888-550-2550. It is WGR. It's a chilly Thursday Night Football tonight. The Rams and 49ers, and then off we go to Week 5 in the NFL. You can give us a ring. Sabres play again tomorrow. They played last night at KeyBank Center, lost to the Penguins. Paul Hamilton joins us top of the hour to chat about that and maybe see if we can get an update on Luukkonen's injury and the other injuries with 1 week to go till the start of the regular season. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. But the things that happened in that game last night, one, Josh Norris looks legitimately like a really good hockey player.
Yep.
And that's huge. And then the other thing is the only thing that we didn't want to happen, which is UPL left the game hurt.
Yeah.
And it's the worst thing, not the worst, but of all the things that could have happened, like, oh, Luukkonen's going to play. All right. I hope he's feeling better. Let's see. He leaves after one period.
Yeah.
And the worst part of it was, Joe, we don't even get to come in today and say, well, maybe it was scheduled. Maybe he's just a light. No, out again, hurt, not returning to the game.
Yeah, no, they announced it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He will not return, lower body injury, and your opening night goaltender is Alex Lyon.
And we're right back to, okay, well, this is maybe why they signed Alex Georgiev.
Yes.
Like, why were they in a spot where, hey, you got 3 goalies again? That's not ideal. Why'd you do that? Because UPL's injury was a real scare.
Yeah, because they didn't really know what to expect. This is Elliot Friedman had reported that the Sabres signed Georgiev and gave him a little bit more than the minimum because they needed to make it happen.
Yep.
Because they really didn't know what was going to happen with Luukkonen. And they're not worried, but they don't know. One of those kind of things. Well, I don't know if they're more worried, but now they know that 8 days before the season, he's not available.
Right.
Then that's tough. So here we are. Alex Lyon, who you think might be their best shot at having a good goaltender.
I do. Like, I'm more optimistic for him than I am for Luukkonen this year.
Okay.
Just looking at the numbers from recent years. He did drive a team to the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yes, the Florida Panthers. He had a save percentage of .914.
Yep, he actually begun that playoff run for them.
Okay.
Bobrovsky came in, I think, not too long after, but yeah, no, it's just goalies, right? It's a dart throw at a couple of goalies, one of which has been, I think, better more recently, which is Lyon, and then Georgiev, who's been better probably years back. And the odds that one of those two gives them better goaltending than the likes of Eric Comrie or going back even Luukkonen in some of these years, like, I don't think it's really that unreasonable. Sure, I think your best chance is Luukkonen and Lyon together.
So one number on New England so far this year, and this is one of the two things to watch for, and that's Drake May being the best Drake May being the best third down quarterback in football.
Right.
He's great.
I heard Sean McDermott asked about that yesterday. Yep.
And does anybody want to get into a potential area the Bills might be not great? Is it third down defense?
Third down defense.
So here comes the third down king against the third down defense that is a kingmaker. They often give up big plays on third down, 3rd and 8s. If you're a quarterback that can make plays, Fields didn't do much on third down, and Rattler didn't do too much on third down. The Dolphins were okay, good to okay. And, of course, Lamar and previous other great quarterbacks have really dinged the Bills on third down again and again and again.
Choose.
Be
Choose
close.
the form of your destructor.
What do you mean choose? We don't understand.
Choose the form of the destructor.
Listen, put some reverb around your voice.
Not bad.
And I think we're pretty close. Just give him a little echo.
How about that for a Halloween costume this year? Gozer.
How many people would get it?
I mean, people my age might. And as soon as you told them, like, I'm Gozer, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Gozer. Would they think you're somebody else?
Maybe. Very
Like-
possibly. Who knows?
I don't know. I bet it's not one of the hot costumes this year.
No, I don't think it would be a hot costume this year.
I bet everybody would think you're David Bowie.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah,
That's what everybody would think you would be.
definitely right. Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number. Good morning. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Happy Thursday.
Have you seen there's a Ravens debate right now on whether Lamar Jackson is not only pulled himself out of the game on Sunday with an injury, but then now all this being coy about his injury and not ruling him out, and then the 2 to 3 week report, and Harbaugh would not say anything about it yesterday, is all just a cover for Jackson did pull himself out of the game, and the Ravens don't want everybody to know it.
So he's faked injured, and now the Ravens are in on it.
Because they don't want him
To catch the flack for being the guy
Yeah.
that pulled himself out of a game.
right. Yeah. That like they don't want him getting what Anthony Richardson got last year.
Sure. You know, when it comes to Allen and Lamar, the two of them get talked about like no one else in different ways. No one else
Yep.
is accused of pulling themselves out of a game because he's pretending to be hurt. Lately, this has been a narrative that has developed in the last month. It's Lamar is just a stat patter that puts up big numbers late in games.
That I've seen more and more of
I
in the
don't
last
know where
month.
everybody not everybody, but some people just arrived at this as true.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the MVP, who's better, Allen or Jackson, endless back and forth because until one of them gets a Super Bowl, we all just have to yell about the two of them.
Yeah. I have although I will say this week, I think I've said repeatedly, I think they are for me, they are right at the top. I don't need to pick who's better. Like I don't even need to try to figure. I just think they are the best two quarterbacks in the world. I think I finally just found what for me is the tiebreaker between the two. It's injuries.
Fair.
Simply, it's injuries. I think they are equals in many ways, but Jackson's missed 12 games due to injury in his career, and if he misses 2 to 3 more, we're talking about
A full season.
We're getting to a full season of not having Lamar Jackson. That has cost the Ravens in past years. And Allen's missed a couple in his career. He's got a long streak now, knock on wood, that continues. He's been very healthy.
Knock on wood.
But that's the tiebreaker, I think, is that Allen is more available than Jackson is in his career. Jackson is not, he's not hurt every single year. But again, like if we're starting to approach 15 games that he's missed in his career, like that's a lot. That can nuke a season. If you miss 4 or 5 games in a year. And this will be the third season that he's missed multiple games.
And who's going in for him?
Cooper Rush,
Cooper Rush.
who does have a 9-5 record in his career.
And they played the
Texans and that defensive line.
That's going to be tough.
With a bad defense, although Houston's offense is bad. That's a weird game.
It is a strange game.
Houston is now favored on the road. By the way, that conspiracy theory, all those people should be betting the Ravens. Because if you think this is a cover and Lamar's not actually hurt, then you think Lamar's playing Sunday.
Yeah.
Which means you should take the Ravens at home plus 1.5 right now before hey, Jackson's actually going to play through it. It's all set up to. He's going to play through it. And then he does, and then what happens? The Ravens are suddenly favored by 9. You should jump on that. He might give it a go. He said he might try to give it a go. But again, the coach won't say a word about it. He got asked yesterday, is he day-to-day? Wouldn't say. Like, just nothing is happening with that injury. It's very weird.
I don't know what to do with that now. Well, we'll see. 803-0550. Paul on the other side will recap last night's Sabres loss to the Penguins, and 1 week from today they'll be on the ice for the regular season opener. So how they looked last night, Josh Norris and UPL, the two big storylines. We'll get to those with Paul coming up here on WGR. I had the thought yesterday, which contract, if you could push a button and make it go away, would you get rid of? Luukkonen or Samuelsson? Which is the worst contract to have signed? They signed both of them very quickly. Off of not a lot of data, but they just bet on it.
Right.
Luukkonen had one good year, and it was 5 years, $25 million. Samuelsson had, 50 games?
Yeah, it wasn't even a full season.
And 7 years.
Yep.
Which one's worse?
It's hard to say Samuelsson isn't worse because I think his was longer, and also he is just
A shell of what they believed?
Yeah, I think he actively hurts them on the ice.
And you think that Luukkonen could, get hot?
Basically.
Right.
I can envision, I'll put it this way. I can envision Luukkonen helping them this season. That is feasible. I can't picture Samuelsson helping them this season. What is he doing? What is it? He's playing 15 minutes a night on the third pair, and he's doing what? He's being physical and blocking shots. Do we think he'll stay healthy doing that?
No.
The style of defenseman he is, one, again, he's not really even that physical, and is not even that much of a mean, tough-nosed defenseman in his own end for being 6'5". And then if he does play that way, I probably expect he's going to get hurt. So I think I'd probably say Samuelsson is the worst contract. But those are the worst, too. Hey, you win some, you lose some, right? They did that with Thompson, and it's going to work out to where he's going to be underpaid by $8 million per year, probably.
Maybe Norris will be underpaid, too. I mean, that's a deal that they got a lot of term and money on, and if he's very good.
Yeah.
His goal was pretty nice last night, pretty sweet. But the things that happened in that game last night, one, Josh Norris looks legitimately like a really good hockey player.
Yep.
And that's huge. And then the other thing is the only thing that we didn't want to happen, which is UPL left the game hurt.
Yeah.
And it's the worst thing, not the worst, but of all the things that could have happened, Luukkonen's going to play. All right, I hope he's feeling better. Let's see. He leaves after one period.
Yeah.
And the worst part of it was, Joe, we don't even get to come in today and say, well, maybe it was scheduled. Maybe he's just a light. No, out again, hurt, not returning to the game.
Yeah, they announced it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He will not return, lower body injury, and your opening night goaltender is Alex Lyon.
And we're right back to, but this is maybe why they signed Alex Georgiev.
Yes.
Why were they in a spot where, hey, you got 3 goalies again? That's not ideal. Why'd you do that? Because UPL's injury is maybe was a real scare.
Yeah, because they didn't really know what to expect. This is Elliot Friedman had reported that the Sabres signed Georgiev and gave him a little bit more than the minimum because they needed to make it happen.
Yep.
Because they really didn't know what was going to happen with Luukkonen. And they're not worried, but they don't know. One of those kind of things. Well, I don't know if they're more worried, but now they know that 8 days before the season, he's not available.
Right.
And that's tough. So here we are. Alex Lyon, who you think might be their best shot at having a good goaltender.
I do. I'm more optimistic for him than I am for Luukkonen this year. Just looking at the numbers from recent years. He did drive a team to the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yes, the Florida Panthers. He had a save percentage of .914.
Yep, he actually begun that playoff run for them.
Okay.
Bobrovsky came in, I think, not too long after, but yeah, no, it's just goalies, right? It's a dart throw at a couple of goalies, one of which has been, I think, better more recently, which is Lyon, and then Georgiev, who's been better probably years back. And the odds that one of those two gives them better goaltending than the likes of Eric Comrie or going back even Luukkonen in some of these years, I don't think it's really that unreasonable. Sure, I think your best chance is Luukkonen and Lyon together. First practice of the week for the Bills, and a pretty positive injury report to start with Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Spencer Brown all returning to practice. They were all limited yesterday. Milano and Oliver hadn't practiced in weeks. Brown didn't at all last week. Meanwhile, Jackson Hawes, Bills tight end, also limited on the day. Dorian Williams was the only player that did not practice. He's dealing with a knee injury. The Barnes Firm injury report. Brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were in action last night and fell 5-3 to the Penguins in the preseason. Pretty heavy AHL squad for Pittsburgh. We'll talk more about it with Paul Hamilton coming up next. Couple of goals by Josh Norris on the night. One more preseason game, and then it's 1 week from tonight is the start of the regular season. Thursday Night Football tonight, the Rams and the 49ers. Mac Jones starts for San Francisco. Brock Purdy is out with a toe injury. And baseball playoffs. One series ended last night. The Dodgers beat the Reds to advance. Meanwhile, the Yankees force a Game 3 against the Red Sox with a 4-3 win. Padres beat the Cubs 3-0, and the Guardians beat the Tigers 6-1. That series will kick things off today at 3 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sabres played last night. They lost to the Penguins. Final home game before the regular season begins, which is that's 1 week from tonight. Sabres and Rangers at KeyBank Center. They fall to the Penguins. We'll talk about it with Paul Hamilton because there's some injury news to get to, and just general play on the ice to get to as well. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's chilly out there. Make sure you've got what you need for 40s. Is it still in the 40s? We're looking at the 40s or the 50s now. I think it might have crawled into the 50s. No, 41. 41 degrees. High is 72 later,
41.
Paul, it's like a hockey rink out there, It's a little chilly. You'll be all right.
Are the ponds frozen?
But a layer would help.
I noticed that when I got my wake-up call. I was like, boy, it's cold in here tonight.
Yeah.
That's 38 here in Lancaster.
Wow.
Well, hopefully you didn't have the windows open.
Well, I know there's a frost warning in the southern tier area, so, we're starting to get to it. The forecast for the weekend is high of 80, so Sunday for Bills-Patriots, it's going to be 70 at kickoff. Anyway, Paul, you were at KeyBank Center last night, the final preseason tune-up at home for the Sabres before the regular season begins a week from tonight. And we'd kind of, not to make light of his injury, but a bit of a worst-case scenario because Luukkonen, they'd been bringing him along, and he plays, and he leaves after the first period, and they rule him out saying he won't return with lower body injury, which, I don't know, Paul, outside of another player getting hurt, I thought that was about as bad as it could go for Luukkonen. I was hopeful he'd be good. But this lingering issue, if nothing else, I feel like it's going to linger longer now.
Yeah, the way Lindy Ruff put it was, he made a couple of saves and it didn't feel quite right, so they took him out as a precaution. That means he played most of the period not feeling quite right, and they said they didn't want to risk anything. It sounded like he probably could have continued if they really wanted to push it, but they didn't see any. They didn't want to risk anything, so it's just they're going to wait and see, and maybe have a better update today after he gets some sleep, and see how he feels today.
If he doesn't feel right, I don't know, Paul. That's the thing about a nagging injury. They might want to shelve him for a week or two and just get out in the regular season, and he's out there saying it still doesn't feel right, but I can play through it. You're always running the risk without knowing specifically what it is of, now he's got to be shut down for 2 months inside the regular season, and that's bad news.
Even if you got to shut him down for a month, get it right. Don't sit there, as you say, and say, all right, 2 weeks later, now he's not feeling right again, or he's not quite right. He can play, but he's not 100% type of a thing. And so I think it's one of those, shut it down till it's right, and then put him in net. You got 2 NHL goaltenders here. You got another one in Rochester, so it's not like you're hurting for goaltenders. It's, to me, I think they'd be better served just get it right.
Yeah. So at this point, Yesterday, I think we talked about without a setback, Luukkonen would start the opener, and now, Paul, 24 hours later, it feels like Alex Lyon would be the most likely guy before we get any other information.
Absolutely. I'll be quite honest with you. I have not been impressed with Georgiev at all. He just doesn't look any different to me than he's looked the past couple of years. I mean, he hasn't looked right to me since he's left the New York Rangers, and he let in 5 the other night in one game, and in the full game, and he let in 3 in 40 minutes yesterday. I mean, his preseason numbers are nothing to get excited about. He's 0-2 with a 3.43 goals against and an .884 save percentage. That's who I thought they were getting when they signed him. It hasn't gone real well, so to me, yeah, it's got to be Alex Lyon.
Yeah, if he can't play, Paul, like if he is really struggling and has to play games early in the season, I wonder what the Sabres would do. It depends how Lyon looks, too, because if Lyon's looking great while Luukkonen's out, then you just, I think, keep rolling with one guy. I guess I'm wondering about Levi for this. Like, if Georgiev doesn't improve and he looks as bad as he did, especially last year in San Jose, then what do you do? Because you're trying to make the playoffs, you're trying to win right now, and if you got a guy that's actively hurting you in goal, I mean, I think you'd want to do something else, but I know that something else is something they don't want to do, right? Like, part of why he's here is I don't think they want Levi to have to be in the NHL before he's ready.
Because he's not played well in the NHL. Simple as that. I mean, he's been handed the job twice, failed both times.
Right.
Hadn't earned anything. And even last year when Luukkonen had come off that great 30-game stretch at the end of the year, and to me had won the job. Had the numbers that were some of the best in the National Hockey League, and then Luukkonen shows up, and he's alternating with Devin Levi in net. And if I'm Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, I'm thinking, what is going on here? I've earned this job. What has he earned? He hasn't earned a thing.
Yeah.
And we're alternating? Really? And that didn't work, and then Luukkonen wasn't the same all season long. So, I mean, if it's going really bad and you got to call him up for the odd start, then call him up for the odd start. But having him sit here behind Lyon doesn't help him either.
No, that's right. Really quick, just follow up on this because I know you mentioned him the other day, Paul. Reimer is in Toronto right now on a PTO. How does that work? Is he under contract? Like, could you just sign him if you thought it was going so poorly, like a couple of at some point? Or is he's Toronto?
Yeah, he is not under contract, so you could sign him if you'd like. Toronto has to make a decision, either sign him or let him out of the PTO before the regular season starts. But it's kind of like the practice squad in the NFL.
Okay.
Like, anybody can be signed off anybody's practice squad.
Gotcha.
Paul, the way the Sabres play in front of their goaltenders, that might be difficult too because of the number of injuries to their defense corps. On the blue line, they have a number of injuries. We'll see, how serious some end up being. But Kesselring leaves; he's day to day, Power day to day. Are you of the impression that we're a week out, and just like you said, they're being precautionary with Luukkonen, and that they're doing that with pretty much everybody?
Yeah, 4 of their 6 defensemen are injured. I asked Lindy Ruff straight up, are you concerned that 4 of your 6 defensemen are injured? And he said no. And he said, Byram's ready to come back. He goes, he can play Friday. Whether I play him or not, I don't know, but he's ready. Power, he felt, is really close to coming back after a rehab skate. He said, you don't know about Kesselring right now. And then he didn't really say anything about Samuelson, who was week to week. But Kesselring is kind of in the same boat that Luukkonen is. Talking to Lindy Ruff last night, Kesselring left just near the end of the second period, didn't return, and Ruff said he has an aggravation that flared up and we'll see where he's at tomorrow. He's day-to-day. It's nothing serious. It's something he's been dealing with the whole training camp. So, again, are they pushing him? Should they maybe have rested him a little bit during training camp? Or I'm not a doctor or anything. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. But, another one that they got to get right.
Yeah. Well, if they get it right and if they're all healthy for opening night, people are kind of bullish on their blue line. I'm seeing lots thinking on paper the Sabres have a really nice blue line, the best they've had probably in a while. And up front, We had this little game, Paul, where I would say to Joe every couple days or weeks, hey, remember Josh Norris? Because the Sabres' highest paid forward, who's under contract for a long time. We never really saw him last year, and he was a deadline acquisition, so he doesn't count as part of their offseason, but he's a big change into what they want to be going forward. And last night we got to see a little bit of him and, the skill he brings. So, if you're a Sabre fan wondering how do they get to where they want to be, Josh Norris is going to be a big part of it, and he's had a pretty good preseason, I think. Yeah,
he's played 2 games, both here in Buffalo, and he's got 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points. It's not bad. So he scored a goal last night, the first goal, where, it was right after Pittsburgh had scored a goal. It was right off the face-off. They get the puck. He breaks in. He goes down to one knee, but it didn't stop him at all. He popped right back up again, put a gorgeous move on the goaltender, and scored. That's the kind of thing maybe you can expect. And, people, if they have forgotten, don't forget, he's scored 35 goals in this league in a year where he was healthy. So I would think if he can stay healthy, you're looking at 30, 35 goals from Josh Norris. And he's shown us in preseason that he's still Josh Norris when he's healthy and played pretty well.
And him and Tage also looking together. There's no Benson on that line last night, right? And it still felt like they were shift to shift. I think Lindy's talked about this too, right? Duos maybe being the strength of a line, and then the other piece is sometimes interchangeable. And it feels like Norris and Thompson, obviously, Paul, is the duo there that they would want to keep together.
Yeah, definitely. I thought when we heard Benson was nursing something that they might put talk on that up there just to see how it would work and see if one of the two of them could play left wing. But no, they just decided to put Krebs in there and keep Tuck where he was. So, and you get more balance that way too if you don't load up the number one line like that either. They pretty much know what they want with that, and it doesn't sound like Benson is a real. It sounds like he'll be fine. I mean, he got a week now before opening day, so it doesn't sound like there's anything to be concerned about with him either.
Paul, looking at the division, part of the Sabres actually being a competitive team that could make a playoff spot and end their drought is how they play, and the other part of it is how the division falls around them. It's not been an easy division. Do you subscribe to the idea that it's more available this year than years past? Not necessarily the top spot, but the second, third, and fourth spot. Florida's got injuries. The Leafs went through changes. Do you think it could be cracked by one of these other teams?
Well, Florida has been to the Stanley Cup Finals 3 straight years, and you know how that can wear on a team no matter how good you are playing that much hockey. And they're going to be without Barkov all year. They're going to be without Tkachuk for part of the year, a good chunk of the beginning of the year. Now, they're a good hockey team anyway. It's not like they don't still have good hockey players that they're rolling out there without those two, but those are your 2 best players, quite honestly, and they're not going to be available to you for a while. So, between the Stanley Cup hangover and that, it'll be interesting to see where Florida comes in. We found out last year, Boston and Pittsburgh, it seems like they're over with, and now they're going to have to revamp. And how quickly do they do it? I doubt it'll take them 14 years to do it. But we'll see how quickly they revamp. But teams like Ottawa and Detroit, and we talked about this the other day, Detroit has done it totally different than what the Sabres have. The Sabres have drafted and paid their draft picks and everything. Detroit has done it through free agency, which I don't think works. It hasn't. Neither have worked so far for either team. But they certainly have gone about it differently than the Sabres have.
Yeah. But Boston, well, man, their roster looks so thin right now. They just have a couple guys up top. Paul, the other thing about Florida is, how much longer can Bobrovsky do this? He's at an age at 37 where, this is about where the top goalies start to teeter. He's been good for a couple seasons now and consistent for a couple years, so... But man, if this would be the wrong year, I guess, for that decline to happen, because with already missing Barkov and Tkachuk, and they'll have to play guys higher in the lineup, if they don't get good goaltending, that could be a drop. Really, I mean, what are they in these regular seasons? They've been more of a playoff dominant team, at least in the last year, right? Like last year, they didn't even get to 100 points, and only 100 points. But I don't know, like them, Toronto losing Marner. I guess this division has had so many elite teams, and I wonder now if it's going to be mostly pretty good teams more than elite teams.
Well, good teams, don't forget, the regular season, it's an 82-game preseason for good teams. They understand they don't have to be in first place. Mm-hmm. They don't have to win the President's Trophy. Look at Tampa. Tampa was...
They were on cruise control for half the year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because they knew that it's just, all right, get there. It's been proven in the NHL, home ice advantage doesn't matter. I mean, road teams win quite often, almost, I think it's around close to 50% of the time at times, and don't quote me on that. I'm just going off the top of my head, but it's pretty close. And so home field advantage isn't what I think it's not worth fighting that hard to get, and then by the time you get to the playoffs, you're shot because you fought to get that extra home game somewhere. If you're a good team, you're a good team. So that's why, they understood that, so what? We come in 5th place in the conference. Who cares? We'll be fine.
Florida was 10-3 on the road and 6-4 at home in the playoffs.
Yeah. You don't have to win the conference. You don't have to win the President's Trophy, and good teams figure that out.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline chatting about the Sabres game last night. They lost to the Penguins 5-3. One more preseason game and then off to the regular season.
I discovered listening to the afternoon show last week, Jeremy, that Paul didn't even know that there was a goal song race going on right now.
Yeah, I heard that.
They're updating on standings, and Paul's like, what's going on over there?
And now he's voting every day, now that he knows it.
No, they don't have any good Shania Twain songs, so I'm not voting.
Now let me ask, if there was a Shania Twain song, then you would be voting? Then you'd be into it?
Maybe, I don't know.
You're spawning.
The funny part was I guess people were flipping out over Jeff Skinner's songs, and I'm like, what? What song? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Paul, I know what you're doing. You're spawning all these fake email addresses to vote 10 times a day now. That's what you're doing. All right, sir. Well, we'll chat again. I mean, the season is just around the corner. We'll see if they can get healthy, and of course, all eyes on Lukin and whether he could be healthy. So, off we go a week from tonight. Thanks, Paul.
I think that's what we watched last night, is a team that just was trying to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Because they certainly didn't seem too interested in playing the hockey game.
Yeah. Well, I'm good with it because they got to be healthy. Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Sabres and Penguins, that game wrapped up. And waiting on some other contract stuff in the NHL, right? Like to see who's going to sign. Luke Hughes signed an extension with the Devils for 7 years.
I am befuddled by the reporting on McDavid and Eichel in the last 24 or 48 hours. Although I guess it could be the Friedmans and the LeBruns. They're not telling us what the terms of their deals are going to be. Kaprizov signed for 17, and yesterday morning it's, Eichel might sign for like 13 and a half. And I'm thinking, what? Why would Kaprizov set the market? And then is his hockey culture? Like, what is he taking less for? And then a report later in the day, McDavid's number might come in around 15. Like, why are these guys not setting the market? Like, push these teams to spend more now that the cap has gone up.
Is this they want to win a cup?
It might be that. It might also be that those two are only looking at like 2-year deals.
That's what it is.
You think it's that?
It's 100% guys
and they're just
going.
And these guys, insiders aren't mentioning that part of it.
100%. They don't want to get stuck on deals when the cap's going to be $140 million in 5 years.
Yeah,
right.
They know they can go sign a $15 million deal for 2 years and then go make 24.
Well, the first guy to take, maybe not the first guy, but one big star that took less than the max was Austin Matthews. When he signed with the Leafs, he signed for 5.
Right.
He didn't take the 8-year extension. He took 5.
And he was like a trendsetter, or not a trendsetter. He was the only guy that did it. Nobody else did it after him. And around the league, when that happened, it was sort of like, are the superstars going to start doing this? And nobody really followed his lead.
Yeah,
and I think it was because he signed at the time, and it was before COVID. And he thought it was going to be what's happening now. And so he got stuck with the COVID cap and whatever, and now everybody's kind of falling in line with what
Matthews has 3 years left. So he signed for 5, and then he signed for 4.
Right.
And he's on that 4-year deal now. He went from $11 million to $13 million. But there's a good example. If he had just signed for 8 years,
right,
maybe the number's bigger, but he signed for 5 and then 4, and along the way he got himself like a $2 million raise. And again, the cap, that was on a static cap. Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
and I don't think that's an option for Tuck really because he's a little bit older. Like maybe there's a 1-year deal that he would sign, like to do the same thing. Like I'll sign a 1-year deal for 9 so that in a year I can sign for 13.
Yeah. Is that what Byram did too? I mean, Byram signed for 2.
Maybe.
Byram was, remember the offseason we just had? Byram was as good as gone, and he did not get traded.
We talked about every day, like, all right, we're just waiting for the trade, and it never happened.
If they're not in a playoff spot at the deadline, he's their sale, right? If there are not more pieces of sale, but he'd be a big one. So
he's got 2 years left.
Good.
You're not pressed to do it if you don't want to.
Don't teams like that term?
Usually, yeah.
Well,
no, Tuck's the one though.
Tuck's the one.
Like, better at least be in the race. If he's unsigned at the deadline and you're out of it, that's going to be an uncomfortable trade that I think they have to make.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-552-550. I think I've got a hot take on Shadore Sanders.
Shadore Sanders.
Yeah, I think I've got a hot take on it.
Because there haven't been enough of those this year.
No, but what I mean is I'm in the minority on something about him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'll give you that. We'll continue to preview Patriots and Bills, of course. Drake May and the Patriots trying to come for the Bills' AFC East crown. They've got work to do, but step one is Sunday night. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 on WGR. But the things that happened in that game last night. One, Josh Norris looks legitimately like a really good hockey player.
Yep.
And that's huge. And then the other thing is the only thing that we didn't want to happen, which is UPL left the game hurt.
Yeah.
That is the worst
Jeremy
thing
White here.
Fall has arrived. Of all the things that could have happened, like, oh, Luukkonen's going to play. All right. I hope he's feeling better. Let's see. He leaves after one period.
Yeah.
And the worst part of it was, Joe, we don't even get to come in today and say, well, maybe it was scheduled. Maybe he's just a light. No, out again, hurt, not returning to the game.
Yeah, no, they announced it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He will not return, lower body injury, and your opening night goaltender is Alex Lyon.
And we're right back to, okay, well, this is maybe why they signed Alex Georgiev.
Yes.
Like, why were they in a spot where, hey, you got 3 goalies again? That's not ideal. Why'd you do that? Because UPL's injury was a real scare.
Yeah, because they didn't really know what to expect. This is Elliot Friedman had reported that the Sabres signed Georgiev and gave him a little bit more than the minimum because they needed to make it happen.
Yep.
Because they really didn't know what was going to happen with Luukkonen. And they're not worried, but they don't know. One of those kind of things. Well, I don't know if they're more worried, but now they know that 8 days before the season he's not available.
Right.
Then that's tough. So here we are. Alex Lyon, who you think might be their best shot at having a good goaltender.
I do. Like, I'm more optimistic for him than I am for Luukkonen this year.
Okay.
Just looking at the numbers from recent years. He did drive a team to the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yes, the Florida Panthers. He had a save percentage of .914.
Yep, he actually begun that playoff run for them.
Okay.
Bobrovsky came in, I think, not too long after, but yeah, no, it's just goalies, right? It's a dart throw at a couple of goalies, one of which has been, I think, better more recently, which is Lyon, and then Georgiev, who's been better probably years back. And the odds that one of those two gives them better goaltending than the likes of Eric Comrie or going back even Luukkonen in some of these years, like, I don't think it's really that unreasonable. Sure, I think your best chance is Luukkonen and Lyon together.
People are kind of bullish on their blue line. I'm seeing lots thinking on paper the Sabres have a really nice blue line, the best they've had probably in a while. And up front, we had this little game, Paul, where I would say to Joe every couple days or weeks, hey, remember Josh Norris? Because the Sabres' highest paid forward, who's under contract for a long time, we never really saw him last year, and he was a deadline acquisition, so he doesn't count as part of their offseason, but he's a big change into what they want to be going forward. And last night we got to see a little bit of him and, the skill he brings. So, like, if you're a Saber fan wondering how do they get to where they want to be, Josh Norris is going to be a big part of it, and he's had a pretty good preseason, I think.
Yeah, he's played 2 games, both here in Buffalo, and he's got 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points. It's not bad. So he scored a goal last night, the first goal, where, it was right after Pittsburgh had scored a goal. It was right off the face-off. They get the puck. He breaks in. He goes down to one knee, but it didn't stop him at all. He popped right back up again, put a gorgeous move on the goaltender, and scored. That's the kind of thing maybe you can expect. And people, if they have forgotten, don't forget he's scored 35 goals in this league in a year where he was healthy. So I would think if he can stay healthy, you're looking at 30, 35 goals from Josh Norris. And he's shown us in preseason that he's still Josh Norris when he's healthy and played pretty well.
Same agency, got to know him, and we share a lot of the same things. We like playing golf, and just hopefully, he's very down to earth. I like to say I'm down to earth, but he's a great player. Golly, it's fun watching him. He makes some plays, every week that you're like, man, that's pretty cool. So he's the MVP of the league, and sadly to say it's fun to watch him, but we got to play him on Sunday, so a little different mindset.
That's Drake May, who also said this is a great checkpoint to see what we got. He said golly right there? Golly. All right, he's a golly guy. Golly. May and the Patriots come to town for Sunday Night Football, and Bills and Allen versus May and the Patriots. It would be very good for the league, stepping out of the Bills fans here, very good for the league if this became like a marquee matchup in the NFL. Right now we have, Allen Jackson, Allen Mahomes, Allen Burrow we never see. Allen May,
yeah, right.
They could guarantee twice a year. Like, that would be good for the league to get that. We already know we get Jackson Burrow twice a year. Like, if Herbert and the Chargers start to challenge the Chiefs' throne there in the West, that would be good for the league. And I think this would be very good for the league if May and the Patriots, struck a blow. Maybe not win the game, but, like, if it's worth it.
Yeah, because a lot of the quarterback rivalries that I can think of in my lifetime, nobody's in the same division.
Yeah, we kind of went through
Manning
this
and Brady are in the same division.
Earlier in the week, like Brady and Marino, part of the rivalry is you're going to play a lot. And it would be good for the league. That's my opinion.
Yeah, how good does he have to be, though? Can we have him be only, like, pretty good and have that be the case, or he's got to be, like, a superstar?
He's got to beat the Bills a couple times. Like, the Bills have someone that gives them trouble. I mean, they lost 2 games to Zach Wilson. We would go into games against the Jets nervous about the Bills and the Jets because the Bills would often not put their best performances out against the Jets.
Yeah.
And it was Zach Wilson. So, I just
So, all right, if he beats the Bills, like 8 times in his career?
It's a lot.
That's a lot? I mean, if he plays 10 years.
Is Josh Allen going to lose to anybody 8 times? Maybe.
Well, I mean, if May is going to, he's got to play, 12 years?
Sure. I mean, we're going from Drake May.
10 years? 10 years even?
We're going from his 3rd career game against the Bills.
Right.
Actually, his 2nd, right?
What would be likely? What would be most likely? How many games would you expect? He looks great. He looks like he's going to be their quarterback for a long time.
He does.
That's not a surefire lock right now.
No, that's right. There's no guarantee he will. But he looks good. There's a lot to be encouraged about.
So if he's going to be their quarterback for a long time and play Josh Allen twice a year, maybe 8 years is more realistic.
He's got to beat him.
Allen is
he's got to beat him
almost.
35% of the time.
All right,
and it is only his. This will be basically his 2nd game against the Bills. Remember last year in that game the Patriots won. He came in and attempted 1 pass.
Yeah, him and Allen did the same thing basically.
Yeah. He got sacked once. He went 0 for 1, then he came out.
And Joe Milton went in.
So Bills fans have really only seen May. Nothing about what they've ever seen from him is high leverage. They played in that game last year here, where the Bills had already kind of locked things up.
Yep.
And again, May as a starter has. Last year he got credit for the win against the Bills. He won 2 games last year, May did, and 2 games this year.
Okay.
He beat the Jets last year in a game he went 3 for 6 for 23 yards. He really only has 3 career wins as a starter, even though he's credited with 5.
Yeah. I mean, I'm ready to hate them again. Really, really hate them. Because that was my whole life growing up, and then it's the few weeks with Mac Jones after they win the Sun Tzu game, and then it's just nothing. There's just nothing. I don't have hate for any other. I mean, I do, but it's deep down for these other 3 teams in the division because they're just a joke.
Yeah,
they've just been a joke, and I'll be rooting for them to continue to be a joke, but it's not as interesting if they're just going to get walked by the Bills twice a year, every single year. That won't feel like they're the rival.
No,
because right now, where at this exact moment, where would New England rank in a rivalry list with the Bills? They're for this current Bills team.
Sure.
The Bills would care about Allen and these guys. They're behind the Chiefs. They're behind the Ravens. They're behind the teams that really challenge them.
They might be behind the Jets. The Bills, even though they beat the Jets all the time, the Bills hate the Jets.
They hate the Jets. Dawkins hates the Jets, right? Allen's had bad games against the Jets in the past. So, yeah, New England, I don't think registers at all for them right now.
Yep. 803-0550. Ben Volen of the Boston Globe coming up at 8 o'clock. Before that, I have a potentially hot take on Shadore Sanders.
Okay.
He's in the news again because Dylan Gabriel got the job, and he's asked about it, and he pantomimed his answers. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't speak. He kind of was playing around with the idea that I'm not going to say anything about it. And, of course, that went to, well, what's this guy doing? This is a red flag. Again, he's making it about himself because he's not speaking. If he speaks, they make it about something. If he doesn't speak, they say something else. Dylan Gabriel got in trouble this year because he said, I'm not an entertainer, I'm a football player, and it was perceived to be a shot at Sanders. But the bigger story about this leading into this latest adventure is the story that Sanders told the Ravens not to draft him.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to go sit behind Lamar Jackson. And I have heard an awful lot of, wow, that's terrible. What a joke. This guy's a joke. And I have the hot take of, why is that so bad? I think it's totally fine. It's totally fine as a player of a professional sport at a very highly competitive level where your opportunity is not fully up to you. You need to find a spot. You need to find a window to play, especially if you're a quarterback. And if a team with Lamar Jackson is thinking about drafting you and you have a vision of maybe playing in the league one day, I think it's totally fine to say, don't draft me. If I'd been a quarterback when Tom Brady is the Patriots quarterback, don't draft me. I want to play someday, and I'll never beat this guy out for that job. Instead, could I go to a team that has, I don't know, nothing at quarterback? Free agents do this all the time. The difference is when you're drafted, you're told where to go play. So any other field, make it about yourself. Make it about your kids. Hey, it's the biggest day of your life. You're going to pick where you go to work. You want to go a place where you might have a chance to actually get the job?
Mm-hmm.
And this week, people are pointing out that, well, Lamar's hurt. He could be playing this week. Like, right, he could. He could. He's also one step closer to playing in Cleveland because Flacco's out of the way. Next up is Dylan Gabriel. All right. See how that goes.
Who went 2 rounds before Sanders, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. And if it doesn't go, I don't know that he's going to be good. He's not a perfect prospect.
Well,
everything he does is highlighted with a spotlight, and I get all that. So all I'm getting at is I think it's totally fine for a player to tell a team, don't draft me because I like my opportunity somewhere else better. Maybe I don't like the coach. Maybe I want to.
But how many quarterbacks then would have the right to do that? All of them?
Sure.
So if every single draft eligible quarterback told the Bills, don't pick me.
Yes.
Because I'm behind Josh Allen.
Would it be crazy? Would it be nuts for a quarterback?
I think it would be crazy
to say, "Don't draft me."
Yeah.
Do you want to play?
Well, no.
Do you ever want to? Do you ever want a chance to play?
But some of them should be reasonable in what their expectations of themselves are.
Well,
right?
if they don't get drafted because they say to a team, "Don't draft me," that's the risk they're willing to take. What happens when you get into the 7th round? If you're a 7th round pick and your agent calls and listen, I don't think you're going to get drafted, but that's good.
Yeah.
Because now we can pick where we go. Now we can look at the landscape and say, all right, where is there a receiver room where you might be getting a spot to get in there?
Yeah.
Now let's look at the defensive ends of these 6 teams because these are your offers to join as a UDFA.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get drafted, you get the right to pick. And if you do get drafted, it's, hey, kid, good luck going there. Maybe you don't like the coach. Maybe you don't like the team, the GM, the city, the quarterback. I know he's under the microscope for that, but I don't have a problem with any player reaching out to any team and saying, no thanks, I'd like an opportunity somewhere else. I know you should be grateful that they want to draft you. That's right. He may very well may be grateful. And if he doesn't get drafted, that's the risk he takes, but I don't think it's a problem at all.
I don't think it's a problem. I just think he's delusional.
That might be right.
And maybe there are other quarterbacks like that too. The delusion to me is that he thinks he's a starting quarterback in the National Football League. But to be fair to him, isn't he surrounded by a bunch of people in his life that have probably been telling him that for years now?
Sure.
And he gets the media coverage that would expose him to, oh yeah, should be good. Look how much they're talking about me on ESPN. I'm a national story. Who's Dylan Gabriel? How many football fans had heard of Dylan Gabriel, NFL fans, had heard of Dylan Gabriel before the season? So I can even understand why he's here, but it doesn't change for me that he's not a serious NFL prospect. He never was for me. The dude took a bunch of sacks. He's limited mobility. He's a limited arm, and he's not that big. He's a starting quarterback in the National Football League, huh? That's always been my stopping point is what's different from him and Will Howard? The only difference is his name and the people that have been surrounding him.
Right.
That's it.
If Will Howard had said to...
Actually, more than that. Will Howard played a bigger school and a bigger program.
And if Will Howard had said to the Chiefs, don't draft me, I want to go somewhere I have a chance to play, would that be terrible? So I guess what I'm getting at is, are we really upset about the act, or is it about the guy that did it? Because in the case of Sanders...
It might be more about the guy, honestly.
And you might... Listen, you would not be wrong to say, this guy keeps being the guy that does a thing. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm here to defend the act of trying to direct where you're drafted as reasonable.
Yeah, I don't need... at that point, I don't need to crush him for that part of it. Because you're stuck behind Lamar Jackson for your entire rookie contract. But again, though, for him, it might be different than it is for him. Look at the quarterbacks that got picked. Kyle McCord was the next quarterback picked after Shadore Sanders. Kyle McCord might have gone into the draft thinking,
I hope to get picked.
I'm ready to be an NFL backup. Yeah. I am ready for that to be my career and hang out and make $1 million and be best friends with the starting quarterback of whatever team I get drafted to. And Sanders' mindset might be totally different than that.
Right. It might be delusional.
Even though they might be the same level of prospect.
Maybe some guy doesn't want a 10-year career as a backup. It's, I want to take my shot at playing in this league as a starter. If it doesn't work, so be it. I don't know that he's going that deep into it. The other part of it that I think is being oversold is you could have gone to a first-class organization like the Ravens. Now you're with the Browns. Listen, I know the Browns have made lots of mistakes, but who's he working with? 2-time Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski?
Yeah, the coach is good for this.
The coach is good.
Yeah.
Are the Browns a complete embarrassment? Yeah, their owner has embarrassed them for a lot of things, but their GM and their coach might be kind of good. They have good players. They have a great defense. I think this idea that he went from, this beautiful, incredible franchise to Siberia is also oversold. I know the Browns are a disaster. I've seen the jersey with the 41 names on the back of it, with all the starting quarterbacks. If you're a quarterback prospect, that to me looks like, does that look like a graveyard to you of wasted careers? Or does that look like a franchise that would die for somebody that's good? So I don't think there's a problem with it at all. There you go. Hot take.
You think he'll play?
I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not on his side, but I think what he did is fine. Dylan Gabriel.
I think he will play because I think Gabriel will probably go in, and that won't look very good either. And Sanders will get in. And then I think Sanders will be terrible. I think all the Browns quarterbacks will probably be terrible.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably.
They also might have the best defense in football.
It is always a safe bet to bet the Browns defense or the Browns quarterbacks will be terrible.
Generally.
It's like betting that Penn State will lose to a top 10 team. You're pretty safe in making this bet based on history.
I read yesterday that there's still a chance Watson plays this year.
All right.
That is a terrible place to end up.
Rob in Connecticut quickly. Hey, Rob.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning, guys. How you doing? This is bringing me back to when John Elway was not wanting to go to the Baltimore Colts back in the day and wound up going to Denver. But, it's a spoiled thing, I believe, with Sanders. But it's their choice, whatever they choose to do. But, listen, Sanders is not John Elway. It's just you guys are bringing me back to when John Elway didn't want to go to the Baltimore Colts, and it was just big deal and how it was talked about back then. It's almost just like a reflection of what's taking place today. But I don't know. Sanders, I don't know. He's just a spoiled little brat. I don't know. I don't know how you feel about it. But
I feel that trying to take control of your own career does not – he might be those things, but – having a say in your career is normal. I don't think it makes you a spoiled brat. I mean, was Eli Manning that for not wanting to go to the Chargers? Yes, maybe. He wanted to have a say in his career. The difference is he's the first overall pick instead of he's a fifth-round pick. Mm-hmm. But I think one of the differences is we found out about it. How many players going to the draft would say, boy, there are like 4 or 5 spots I'd really like to go. I hope I don't go here. And maybe they don't want to rock the boat and say anything about it, but I think it's totally fine. Mm-hmm. You are a quarterback prospect. Make yourself any other position. Make yourself a no-name guy. The next 4 years of your life, you're going to go play for this coach, this team, unless that coach gets fired. And people think that moving around in NIL is being a spoiled brat. Like, oh, I'm taking ownership. I'm taking control of my career. A lot of people are allowed to do that in a lot of walks of life, but if you're an athlete, you're expected to just do what is offered to you. Mm-hmm. In the case of the draft, in college football and college basketball, like I know that the transfer portal is chaos, and it's not exactly ideal for viewers and storylines, but it used to be you could get recruited to a school, signed to play there. The coach leaves the next day, and if you want to leave and go somewhere else, you have to sit out for a year. Like, yeah. Was that right? Was that fair? No. They changed that.
And really, like, the other thing, too, he might be all of these things. I don't think that's why he got drafted where he did. Right? Like, maybe it played into it. There was a quote from an anonymous NFL coach who said right after the draft that he has horrible body language, like on why he went so low. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's just not that good. That's from an NFL coach in the league. The biggest thing is he's just not that good. If he was good, then all of this noise and all of the how he does this, whatever he did yesterday in a press conference, or whatever he wears, or whatever he did on social media the day before, none of it would matter if he was actually good.
That's probably right. And how is he ever going to show anybody he's good? He's got to get on the field, which maybe he never will. After all,
he can get on the field all he wants.
After all said, like, would he start over Cooper Rush?
If the Ravens had drafted him?
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Well, if he was good, he would have won that job, wouldn't he have?
In Cleveland?
He had a lot of opportunity to be the Browns quarterback.
I'm not sure about
or at least be over Dylan Gabriel, right?
Sure, he definitely had an opportunity to be Dylan Gabriel. I mean, in their first training camp, Josh Allen lost to Nathan Peterman. Just saying. Did he not? Or did he? Maybe he didn't win, but
I don't know. Or maybe that was the plan. Maybe that was the plan.
Maybe he didn't lose, but he was behind him. So whatever. Don't mistake this for what are the Browns doing sitting Shadore Sanders? That's not what this is.
Right.
Anyway. All right, good conversation. 803-0550, Ben Volen of the Boston Globe coming up at 8 o'clock on Drake May and the Patriots challenge of the Bills. People are kind of bullish on their blue line. I'm seeing lots thinking on paper the Sabres have a really nice blue line, the best they've had probably in a while. And up front, we had this little game, Paul, where I would say to Joe every couple days or weeks, hey, remember Josh Norris? Because the Sabres' highest paid forward, who's under contract for a long time. We never really saw him last year, and he was a deadline acquisition, so he doesn't count as part of their offseason, but he's a big change into what they want to be going forward. And last night we got to see a little bit of him and, the skill he brings. So, if you're a Sabre fan wondering how do they get to where they want to be, Josh Norris is going to be a big part of it, and he's had a pretty good preseason, I think.
Yeah, he's played 2 games, both here in Buffalo, and he's got 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points. It's not bad. So he scored a goal last night, the first goal, where it was right after Pittsburgh had scored a goal. It was right off the face-off. They get the puck. He breaks in. He goes down to one knee, but it didn't stop him at all. He popped right back up again, put a gorgeous move on the goaltender, and scored. So that's the kind of thing maybe you can expect. And people, if they have forgotten, don't forget he's scored 35 goals in this league in a year where he was healthy. So I would think if he can stay healthy, you're looking at 30, 35 goals from Josh Norris. And he's shown us in preseason that he's still Josh Norris when he's healthy and played pretty well.
I had the thought yesterday, which contract, if you could push a button and make it go away, would you get rid of, Luukkonen or Samuelsson? Which is the worst contract to have signed? They signed both of them very quickly off of not a lot of data, but they just bet on it. Right. Luukkonen had 1 good year, and it was 5 years, $25 million. Samuelsson had, 50 games?
Yeah, it wasn't even a full season.
And 7 years.
Yep.
Which one's worse?
it's hard to say Samuelson isn't worse because I think his was longer and also he is just
a shell of what they believed.
Yeah, like I think he actively hurts them on the ice.
And you think that Lukin could, get hot?
Basically.
Right.
Like I can envision. Here, I'll put it this way: I can envision Lukin helping them this season. That is feasible. I can't picture Samuelson helping them this season. What is he doing? What is it? He's playing 15 minutes a night on the third pair, and he's doing what? He's being physical and blocking shots. Do we think he'll stay healthy doing that?
No.
Like the style of defenseman he is. One, again, he's not really even that physical, and is not even that much of a mean, tough-nosed defenseman in his own end for being 6'5". And then if he does play that way, I probably expect he's going to get hurt. So I think I'd probably say Samuelson is a worse contract. But those are the worst, too. Hey, you win some, you lose some, right? Like they did that with Thompson, and it's going to work out to where he's going to be underpaid by $8 million per year, probably.
Maybe Norris will be underpaid, too. I mean, that's a deal that they got a lot of term and money on, and if he's very good.
Yeah.
His goal was pretty nice last night, pretty sweet. So, Fanatics came out with NFL soccer jerseys, and it's not one of those ones where somebody on Reddit just made them. Can you get these? These are real?
I think they're real.
You can just buy a Bills soccer-inspired jersey.
Yeah.
All right.
Why would anybody want this, though?
Because it's a shirt with your team's name on it.
Yeah. Where would you wear it?
Anywhere you want, I guess.
You wouldn't wear it to a game, though, would you?
Sure. Actually, it might be more comfortable to a game like this one coming Sunday.
Okay. Yeah. You like the way it's designed with like the different colors? Like the Bills one is what? Blue and red?
I'm fine.
The Chiefs one's got like a real pattern to it. I'm looking at the ones that they came out with. The Eagles is plain green. So they did a different one.
Some of them are kind of boring and look like shirts. The Bills one is collared.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You wouldn't wear it golfing?
Probably not. Did you see, I saw this about kickers right now. John Clark, NBC Philadelphia. Vic Fangio says the big story in the NFL, he tweeted this yesterday, is the NFL's changing of the footballs for the kicking game. Hey, how come there's all these 60-yard bombs going through? And Fangio points out the kicking balls stay with the team all week and do not go to the officials. The balls go right into the game. And it's drastically changed the kicking game with all these 60-yard field goals. Vic says, I saw more follow-up to this, where Sam Schwartzstein, who is a Prime Vision, Amazon Prime, and creator of the XFL 2020 rules changes, like football guy, he points out that the K-ball that they use, so they use K-balls for kicks. And a team gets K-balls, and then they just do whatever they want with them for the week, and nobody checks them. So, he writes, I had one rule for my team's K-balls. Don't let the ball pop on national television. Kickers would microwave the ball, jam it into a doorknob over and over again to get the roundest possible shape for the biggest sweet spot. What we've got in the NFL right now are teams doctoring K-balls so that they go farther for the kickers. Nobody checks the K-balls.
And Vic Fangio just said this?
Vic Fangio
basically led everyone to it?
The biggest story is how the NFL's teams are changing the footballs of the kicking game. There's no oversight on the K-balls, really.
That seems like that should
be a bigger story.
That's
why Fangio says it's the biggest story in football. But I guess nobody's talking about it.
It isn't yet.
Not yet.
Microwaving the ball. This is Deflategate, basically. But everybody's doing it.
Yeah. Or teams have their own
interesting
ways to do that.
Well,
what they're doing with the ball.
If we're going to let them doctor the balls, why don't we just let them bring soccer balls out? Let's just do it. Go ahead. You want to go all the way with it? Let's get stupid. The football for kicking is going to be a different shape than the football we use for everything else.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. What happens if a team has to run onto a field last second because the play clock is running down? When the Bills have a running clock against the Ravens at the end in week 1, did they get the kicking ball out there?
You think
or
so?
did Prater kick the ball that was already out there on the field?
That I don't know how that all works. We can maybe ask Sal about that.
Like, would they have time?
What is the rule? Because, again, Sam Schwartzstein, Prime Vision, said the rule he had was don't let a ball pop on national television. What's the rule if a ball pops?
What
if a kicker kicked a... What's the ruling?
I've never seen that happen. Gene?
Get him over
What
here.
happens?
Gene?
The ball has popped
we should be picking up
upon being kicked.
We should pick up this cardboard cutout of Gene's territory we have in here and bring him on camera every once in a while.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ben Volen of the Boston Globe coming up on the other side. We'll talk about the Patriots' quest to come for the king. The Bills and Josh Allen atop the AFC East. The Patriots' pursuit of that. Next step is Sunday Night Football at Highmark Stadium. So, on the Patriots, we'll get Ben Volen's thoughts on that and talk with you. 803-0550 on WGR. So one number on New England so far this year, and this is one of the two things to watch for, and that's Drake May being the best Drake May being the best third down quarterback in football.
Right.
He's great.
I heard Sean McDermott asked about that yesterday. Yep.
And does anybody want to get into a potential area the Bills might be not great? Is it third down defense?
Third down defense.
So here comes the third down king against the third down defense that is a kingmaker. They often give up big plays on third down, 3rd and 8s, if you're a quarterback that can make plays. Fields didn't do much on third down, and Rattler didn't do too much on third down. The Dolphins were okay, good to okay, and of course Lamar and previous other great quarterbacks have really dinged the Bills on third down again and again and again. I had the thought yesterday, which contract, if you could push a button and make it go away, would you get rid of? Luukkonen or Samuelson? Which is the worst contract to have signed? They signed both of them very quickly off of not a lot of data, but they just bet on it.
Right.
Luukkonen had one good year, and it was 5 years, $25 million. Samuelson had, 50 games?
Yeah, it wasn't even a full season.
And 7 years.
Yep.
Which one's worse?
It's hard to say Samuelson isn't worse because I think his was longer, and also he is just
a shell of what they believed.
I think he actively hurts them on the ice.
And you think that Luukkonen could, get hot?
Basically, right. Like I can envision. Here, I'll put it this way: I can envision Luukkonen helping them this season. That is feasible. I can't picture Samuelson helping them this season. What is he doing? What is it? He's playing 15 minutes a night on the third pair, and he's doing what? He's being physical and blocking shots. Do we think he'll stay healthy doing that?
No.
The style of defenseman he is, he's not really even that physical, and is not even that much of a mean, tough-nosed defenseman in his own end for being 6'5". And then if he does play that way, I probably expect he's going to get hurt. So I think I'd probably say Samuelson is the worst contract. But those are the worst, too. Hey, you win some, you lose some, right? Like they did that with Thompson, and it's going to work out to where he's going to be underpaid by $8 million per year, probably.
Maybe Norris will be underpaid, too. I mean, that's a deal that they got a lot of term and money on, and if he's very good.
Yeah.
His goal was pretty nice last night, pretty sweet.
First practice of the week for the Bills yesterday. It was good news on the Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, and Spencer Brown front, none of which practiced last week. They were all limited yesterday. Dorian Williams, however, not practicing. He's dealing with a knee injury, and tight end Jackson Hawes was also limited. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by The Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Elsewhere around the NFL tonight, Thursday Night Football, Brock Purdy out for the Niners with a toe injury. Mac Jones gets the start against LA. Kickoff just after 8 o'clock tonight. To baseball, playoffs are almost through the wild card round today, game 3s. Dodgers are the only team that's advanced so far. They beat the Reds 10-5 to win that series last night. Excuse me, that was the score of game 1. 8-4 was last night's score. Yankees survive against the Red Sox, winning 4-3. Padres shut out the Cubs 3-0. Guardians over the Tigers 6-1. So today's schedule starts at 3. Cleveland, Detroit at 3. Chicago, San Diego at 5. And then Boston and New York at 8 o'clock. Sabres had a preseason game last night against Pittsburgh. They fell 5-3. One more game until the regular season. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was injured last night and left the game and did not return. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I feel like it's the same. Like, I always feel like they always have a good defense. You know, people kind of, say this, that, and the third about them, but I've watched them and I've been a part of that team for a while. And, seeing them, they're sound. They're going to fly around and, they got guys on the back end that are extremely smart. They keep some active corners, like some guys that like to play aggressive, some guys that don't. And that interior, Ed Oliver is a game record if you let him. You know what I'm saying? So, and you got some guys on the ends, so, like, they just always had a good team, and it's a really good coach team. Shout out to Sean McDermott. So for me, I don't think it's nothing new as far as like this year. They're going to be coached well, and it's going to be a test for us. I look forward to it.
Steph Diggs. So he's giving a shout-out to Sean McDermott. Also shouted out to Bills fans, saying one of the best fan bases in the league, if not the best. In a comment earlier this week, he, of course, makes his return to Highmark Stadium as the Patriots come in for Sunday Night Football. Jeremy and Joe with you. Good morning, everybody. Nice fall day out there. Hopefully warming up a little bit for you. It's going to be high about 70 today, in the 70s, and currently it's 42. So a chilly morning. But we're previewing the Bills and Patriots, and joining us on the Western Hotline is Ben Volen of the Boston Globe as we talk about this matchup. Ben, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
What's up, boys? How are we doing today?
We're good. We're good. I'm excited about this matchup. I guess I've been saying all week, I bet there's a lot of Bills fans out there that are a little bit of all right, let's see this Drake May that people say is so good, even though there's not been that many wins, and he's a young quarterback that plays like Josh Allen. People say that quite a bit because he's mobile and he's cagey. So, Ben, where's your belief in Drake May right now, and how big of a game this is for him to kind of prove that he deserves all of this talk?
Yeah, certainly kind of a benchmark game for Drake May and the Patriots, facing a 4-0 Bills team that everyone's saying is kind of the best in the league right now. I wouldn't put too much on it. It's not like a referendum on Drake May if he doesn't go out and have a great game. He's still only barely 23 years old and still young in his career. That said, his last 3 games, he's been fantastic. First quarterback, I think, ever under the age of 24 to have 3 straight games of 75% completion and 2 touchdown passes in each game. He's just been making a lot of right decisions. Josh McDaniels is doing a good job of, I think, kind of simplifying things and giving Drake a few easy reads, quick throws over the middle. That said, I do think for a young guy, he makes a lot of smart decisions as far as when to scramble, when to still look to pass. He's not just bailing on the pocket at the first sign of trouble like you see a lot of young quarterbacks do. And I think what's most impressive is both in his rookie year and this year, you're seeing instant, significant improvement. Like the first game against the Raiders this year, not very good. Weeks 2 through 4, he's looked infinitely more comfortable in this offense. And I think that's a sign of he and Josh McDaniels just figuring things out after week 1 and being on the same page. So this is definitely a big spot against a talented Bills defense. But, Drake May and the Patriots are playing well right now. They've got one game scoring over 30 points, one game scoring over 40. They did have a couple special teams touchdowns in there, so it's not all offense. But the Patriots offense has been more efficient and performing better than I think anyone expected at this point in the season.
Yeah, so it sounds like the coaching obviously is a big improvement he's had from maybe last year to this year. How much of him looking more consistent or better is also the personnel around him?
Yeah, the personnel's better. I mean, having Stephon Diggs definitely helps. Travion Henderson, has gotten a lot of hype. He had a great training camp. Hasn't done a ton here in the regular season, actually. And, Mac Hollins did catch a touchdown the other day, but it is still a lot of the same players from the last couple of years. The tight ends are still Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper. The receivers after Diggs, it's still Kayshon Boutte, DeMario Douglas. The offensive line is where probably you have the most change right now with 4 new starters from last year. And it's been good. They've had good continuity on the offensive line. 4 of the 5 guys have played every snap this year. Last week they had to swap out a left guard for an injury for the first time. But, Will Campbell, the rookie at left tackle, you haven't heard his name much on the broadcast, which is always a good sign for the offensive linemen. So I think it's probably more just like the whole operation just seems more cohesive. The talent is probably a little bit better, but I just think the coaching is a lot better this year. And I think Josh McDaniels is a really good offensive coordinator and has this unit in a good spot right now. I don't think it's just an upgrade in talent. I just think overall the operation is a lot better.
Yeah, I was going to kind of ask a little more on that, Ben. Like last year, how bad was it? I mean, it's Gerard Mayo's the head coach, and the offensive coordinator is Alex Van Pelt. Is that right? Last year for Drake May, so he's on his 4th offensive coordinator in 4 years of playing football now. And you think this one might stick?
Yes, I do think Josh McDaniels will stick. He's not going anywhere. And it's kind of the perfect hire for the Patriots because, Josh McDaniels has already had his 2 head coaching opportunities. He's probably not getting another one anytime soon. So that's always the biggest fear when you have, a successful offensive coordinator is he's going to get poached as a head coaching candidate. I don't think the Patriots have to worry about that with Josh McDaniels. So they should have good continuity there now between him and Drake May. And, it's not fair to last year's coaches. The Patriots this offseason spent the most money in free agency, over $180 million, fully guaranteed. They basically went out and bought a new starting lineup. They didn't spend any money last year for Gerard Mayo and that staff. They saddled Mayo with a rookie quarterback, the worst talent up and down the roster, a brutally bad offensive line. And then, Mayo's doing his job for the first time. Both coordinators were doing their jobs for the first time. The general manager was doing his job for the first time. It was just a lot of people kind of learning on the fly. And this year you have, I think they have 5 coaches on the staff who have been an NFL head coach at some point, but guys like Ben McAdoo and Doug Marrone and even Thomas Brown, who's an interim head coach, Josh McDaniels, obviously. So there's just a lot more experience. Guys have done their jobs before, and there's better talent on the team this year. So, I don't think last year was the right setup for the Patriots, but it's not fair to the coaches to say they were horrible last year because I don't think the Patriots put them in a good spot either.
How good has Diggs been for them? I mean, I read a story yesterday about the kind of teammate he is, and May talking about how he plays with fire, something Bills fans would know. I mean, Diggs tends to go some places, and it's intense, and then it ends. That was Minnesota. That was Buffalo. But how's he been on the field, and how's he been as part of, a group that is leading this young quarterback?
Yes, Sunday against Carolina was his first 100-yard game of the season. Had pick in that game. There was a 4th and 3 play late in the game when the game was kind of already decided, but he made a tremendous, adjustment on the back patch down the field and showed a really good rapport with Drake May. It's been a lot of short throws. He's been kind of the slot guy, working the middle of the field, settling down in zones. But for a guy who's coming off an ACL and is new to the offense, I think he's been a terrific fit so far. Haven't seen any signs of trouble with him as far as, getting into it with teammates and coaches. He's caused a couple minor dust-ups with the media as far as not fulfilling his obligations, but so far nothing too crazy. No one, I don't think no one is on the bad side yet. I don't think anyone's on the bad side of Stephon Diggs yet. And for a guy, like I said, who's new to the offense, he's caught 19 of 22 passes this year. So, that's always a good sign when the quarterback and the receiver are able to connect and have successful plays. So he's been a nice fit. And to me, he's still coming back from that ACL. He's only going to get better. I expect his second half of the season, assuming he can stay healthy, is going to be better than his first half. And he's been a nice addition for the Patriots in the slot so far.
Ben Volen with us on the Western Hotline. Ben, how close do you think New England is to really pushing the Bills? So not winning the division this year, but I mean, if they were to pull the upset on Sunday night, looking at their next 3 games after this week, like at least they would be in the picture. You know, they might be in the discussion longer than if the Bills just take care of business. It'll feel like, you know, it's just a cakewalk the rest of the way.
Yeah, the schedule softens up here for the Patriots. They get the Browns and the Saints and the Titans. Although all 3 of those games are on the road. It's a 3-game road trip. So we'll see. The Titans feel like an automatic win for whoever plays them at this point. And you saw the Saints, though. The Saints are tricky, and I think the Browns will be tricky because the Browns' defense is fantastic. But I think this is obviously a big measuring stick for the Patriots. I think a lot of people are assuming the Bills are going to blow them out. I think it's going to be a very close game, and I'm tempted to take the Patriots with the upset. You look at the Bills' run defense, and I know they haven't had Ed Oliver and Matt Milano, but 6 yards a carry, and their inability to corral mobile quarterbacks has been really troubling. The Patriots, the strength of their offense is their running backs and their run game and their mobile quarterback. And you also look at the Bills, like, who have they played? I know, obviously, week 1, that was a great win against the Ravens, but the last 3 weeks, it's been almost a preseason schedule for the Bills. So this is almost a measuring stick game for the Bills, too. I think the Patriots are a tougher opponent than what they've faced other than in week 1. And, the Patriots are getting better on both sides of the ball right now. This is, like I said, for the Patriots, I mean, Sunday Night Football, a chance for them to go in as the David versus Goliath against Josh Allen. I think you're going to see a fired-up Patriots team on Sunday night, and I think it's going to be a close game. The last few years, these matchups haven't been blowouts. The Patriots have given the Bills a scare, even last year when the Patriots didn't have much. So I think it's going to be a really exciting game on Sunday night.
Can they keep the Bills under 30? That's the big thing here. Like, their defensive additions this offseason, the health of Christian Gonzalez. How good is the Patriots defense for this task?
It's getting better. It started off really poorly the first few weeks. Tua Tagovailoa and Geno Smith both tore them up. But what's interesting for the Patriots defense is they've been really bad in the first quarter. They've given up 3 touchdowns on the 3 opening possessions the last 2 games. The Steelers went out and scored twice in a row, and then the Panthers came out and just marched down the field. But then as soon as the Patriots settle into the game, I mean, they completely shut down Aaron Rodgers. I think the Steelers, as a team, gained 80 yards over the final 3 quarters. Obviously, Bryce Young and the Panthers weren't able to get anything going last week. So if the Patriots can just hang on for dear life in the first quarter, I do like their chances. Their last couple games against Josh Allen, they've held him under 200 yards. Again, I know it's different coaches now for the Patriots defense, different scheme, but they've had some success kind of slowing down Josh Allen and that Bills offense the last couple of years. And if the Patriots can avoid the turnovers, if they can run the ball and control the clock, then, I think they can hold the Bills under 30 and make it a tight game. But turnovers were an issue 2 weeks ago against the Steelers. The Patriots have 5 overall, 4 fumbles. So ball security is going to be huge for the Patriots. They have to have a clean game with no turnovers to have a chance against the Bills.
That's what I'm watching for, Ben. The Bills have the streak going right now, the longest streak in NFL history without losing the turnover battle. And you mentioned like the ground game for New England against this Bills run defense, and that could sway so much just on whether Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson fumble or not, right? Because they've had those issues in their career. They've already done it this year. And if they play it clean, I feel like this game is close. And if they get fumbles, then maybe that's what, widens the gap.
Yeah, you asked like how close the Patriots are to the Bills. They still have to play a perfect game, the Patriots do, to be able to knock off the top teams. Against the Steelers 2 weeks ago, like they had 5 turnovers and they still were in the game at the end and almost won it. So right. They're a good team, and if they don't turn the ball over, the Patriots are feisty. They can put points up on the board now. They've got, I think a defense that can come to play in the fourth quarter, that kind of thing. So they're still not there yet. They're still a young team. They're still coming together. They still commit penalties. They need to be perfect. So if they're not against Buffalo, the Bills will absolutely, take advantage. But if it's if they can cut down on the penalties, which have also been an issue for the Patriots, just cut down on the penalties, cut down on the turnovers, and hang on for dear life in the first quarter, I think the Patriots might have a shot here on Sunday night.
Ben Volen of the Boston Globe and the AP. Ben, thanks for the time. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
Awesome. You too, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, Ben Volen joining us here as Patriots and Bills Sunday night. Got one stat for you on this game in terms of, well, I got a lot of stats on this game, but here's one about run defense. A lot made about the Bills' run defense, and he mentioned there the Patriots, they're going to want to run the ball. The Bills' run defense through 4 weeks here. Yards before contact, the Bills are bad. They are 29th. Yards after contact, defensively here, the Bills are bad. They are 28th. Mm-hmm. There's also a stat called stuffed run percentage. Okay. Right? And this is where I'm eager to see how this matchup goes. Number 1 in the league in stuffed run percentage is New England. The best team at stuffing a run, I think a run stuff is like, I should look up exactly what it is.
It's probably right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, 0 yards, not exactly a stuffed run percentage. Anyway, they're number 1 in the league. The Bills are not near that. But a stuffed run, like you're not having a success, less than 4 yards, less than 3 yards, something like that.
Yep.
I don't know the exact number on that one. But New England's run defense, by all kind of measures, looks pretty good. They are, as I mentioned, number 1 in stuffed run. Yep. Their EPA per rush is 7th defensively. The Bills is 27th. If you want success rate, middle of the road defensively, but the Bills' success rate against the run defensively is bad. Like just about everything the Bills do against the run is rough, and the Patriots are pretty good against it. So we'll see if it matters.
Yeah, the one thing that I mentioned it a little bit there with Ben, that part on the Bills side. On New England's side, the Bills hunt for turnovers, right? Ramondre Stevenson in the last 3 years, the most fumbles in the league at running back. Antonio Gibson's 6th. And Gibson doesn't even have a lot of carries. If I did it by percentage, actually, they might be number 1 and number 2. These two dudes put the ball on the ground all the time. And what would you, could I bet? Can I bet on that? Can I bet on the New England running backs to fumble in this game? Because they do it all the time. And the Bills, again, they go for that all the time. So, man, like that, hearing that from Ben, like they got to play a perfect game, a clean game to beat the Bills, and they've been turning over the ball and they've been taking a lot of penalties. Well, it sounds like you're probably not playing a very clean game on Sunday.
It's tough to do.
So that makes me feel more confident. Not that I wasn't already confident the Bills would win, but I did think it would be close. I still think it would be close, but that's how you get your blowout. Yeah. You get your blowout by New England just plays dumb, because otherwise they could start going toe-to-toe.
Drake May's yards per attempt is 8. His yards per game, 247. His career, he's played 17 games. Like, it's a full season, right? Like, one season is 17 games. 17 games in, 22 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 93. He's been sacked a bunch.
He leads the league in completion percentage.
Yeah. Which, depending on your offense, back when Allen's completion percentage was 56, I did look this up. Yep. 17 starts into his career, Josh Allen's completion percentage was 56%. Which was not a thing I cared about that much, but
no, we would fight. There were fights about whether it mattered or not, right?
Right. Yeah, completion percentage. You can live and die completion percentage if you want, but
yeah, his second full year where they make the playoffs, his completion percentage was
68,
58.
Okay, and then he jumped up to
69.
Yeah,
so he's been in the 60s at least ever since. This year he's at 70.
There you go. He's at 70. May this year on completion percentage is at
it's higher.
74.
Okay.
Yeah. 803-0550. Get a call in here. Greg in South Buffalo. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Hey, fellas. Hey, thanks so much. I know this isn't the topic you're on right now, but I wanted to, as a passionate 20-year season ticket holder of the Sabres, I kind of want to make one final stand for the goal song here. Jeremy, I appreciate the past 10-plus years of campaigning. So I apologize if I'm derailing the show a little bit.
No, it's fine. We're good.
Hear me out. Because, how many tipping points have we had with this team? I feel like, and it's something as trivial as a goal song, but this is like my 100th tipping point as a season ticket holder. We've established over the last decade and a half that the product on the ice kind of is what it is, and that going to these games can kind of be a reach for fun. So what do we have? We have beverages that cost sometimes as much as Yankee Stadium. I have no research for that, just a feeling. We have other extra amenities to hopefully put some sort of enjoyment in the night. And one of said amenities happens to be the goal song debacle over the last, decade plus. I know we've gone through Let Me Clear My Throat, Kickstart My Heart, arguably banger songs, great songs, but generic. We had the whole experience with the Pick Your Own Goal song, which was cute, but just felt like a reach for a team that's just, striving for some sort of atmosphere in the arena. So here we are all these years later, finally a chance to right all the wrongs and have Jeremy's campaign come to fruition. And I open up my Twitter for the second time in a 4 or 5 day span, and I see Cascada leading the vote. And again, Cascada, banger of a song, all-timer maybe, top 20. But a goal song? What are we doing? Am I celebrating Tage's 100-mile-per-hour rip, or am I celebrating somebody's, first kiss at homecoming dance, or, Club Chaos in 1999? I know I'm dating myself with the Chippewa reference there, but I apologize. It's like there's a bunch of TikTok voters trolling us right now or something. I don't know. I don't want to sound like the old 46-year-old that I am. We just want badly to see the team be good, because I argue it's a more fun atmosphere in there than even when the Bills are good. And if they are, if they are good this year, none of this call matters. It's maybe the dumbest call ever. But if the product on the ice is going to be this giant question mark, can we just get one cool thing in there? Sabres, make the choice yourself. Pick the song. Pick Swords of a Thousand Men. Come on, let's let Jeremy's campaign finally work here. And for those voters that maybe don't know, a saber is a sword. So, the song applies. It's perfect. It's got, this, for lack of a better word, I don't even know if this is a word. It's got a chantability, much like when you're out in public with the shout song that we all shout to each other randomly. It's just perfect. So, I don't know, folks. Just, create that second fake email, final vote, and let's get this right and, start to get some sort of an atmosphere in there. I know it's trivial. It's a goal song, but this would have that, original feel. I think Bulldog put it perfectly the other day. It's a song nobody knows, so it can feel like it's ours. So, come on. Yep. Jeremy, I hope this works out for you. I've been the crazy person with all my friends talking about this for 10, 11 years, and it's the one thing I've got right now with this team. So let's do the right thing, folks. That's all I got, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. The funny thing about this campaign, this is a lot like the wide receiver train in that it has not been that hard of a campaign this time. It's been I would pick that one. But
go vote for it.
Yes, go vote.
It's up.
Do what you want. I would pick that one. But if it's not that one, that's fine. I understand. The idea that the Sabres would predetermine it, and I thought that's what happened last time. When it was this song, Swords, against Let Me Clear My Throat, I thought that's what happened last time. But who knows? When there's not a publicly viewable vote, they're posting results, and it's probably on the up and up. But any sports team that wants to, this is what the Kraken did. The Kraken did not win the poll. They're like, you know what? We're picking it.
Well,
so
Bettman stepped in on that one, didn't he?
He didn't want the Metropolitans. Sure.
Right. I don't think Bettman is stepping in.
You can have a fan vote and be like, all right, here's our final three. Which one are we going to pick? Boy, if it's Kickstart My Heart, that's kind of unintentionally hilarious.
It won't. It can't be.
Kickstart My Heart as the goal song again would be like re-signing Bo Byram. All right, we're going to make a change. All right, what is it? It's the same. All right. What an offseason. It's fine. Whatever they pick is fine. I'm good with it.
Isn't it unintentionally hilarious though?
If
the
they
song,
go Kickstart My Heart,
not even that. Every time we touch as the song that beats Swords of a Thousand Men that you've been waiting for 10 years. If you've been waiting for 10 years and that's the song, the Gummy Bear song,
it would be fine. It wouldn't faze me. It's fine. I would say this though because
you might think it doesn't stick forever, anyways. If it wins,
sure. What's a song that everybody associates with the Buffalo Sabres?
Hurricane 2000.
A certain generation does.
Saber Dance.
The Saber Dance.
Yeah.
Why? What does that have to do with the Buffalo Sabres?
Well, it's called the Saber Dance.
That's it. That's why they played it.
The name.
The rationale for Swords of a Thousand Men is the same as the Saber Dance. That's just it. They're just like, hey, why don't we play this song? It's got Saber on the title. And then they played it for...
Whoa. That's not the name of it, is it?
Yeah.
It's called the Saber Dance because the Sabres...
No, it's
Sabres
called...
played it, right?
No. That is called...
Really?
That is called Saber Dance.
Really?
Yes.
Like, before the Sabres started playing it, it was called the Saber Dance?
Yes.
I really thought it was just called the Saber Dance because it was the song the Sabres played.
It's
like the Bills shout song.
Saber Dance is a movement in the final act of, I can't say this person's name, ballet, where dancers display their skill with sabers. It's from 1942.
Okay.
And we play it at the games because it's about sabers. That's it.
This is a really strong, it's another strong piece of evidence here.
It's fine. Anything can win. I'm not even campaigning this year. It's fine. I've removed myself. You want to go every time we touch? I'm good with that. Just score a bunch of goals and make
You're
it
good with that until
I'm good with
you
it.
hear it in the arena.
I'm
and then
fine
you might be against
with it no matter what. I'm fine with whatever they do. Just make the playoffs. Sal on the other side will get the update from Bills practice coming up here on WGR. Not to make light of his injury, but a bit of a worst-case scenario because Luukkonen, they'd been bringing him along, and he plays, and he leaves after the first period, and they rule him out, saying he won't return with lower body injury, which, I don't know, Paul, like, outside of another player getting hurt, I thought that was about as bad as it could go for Luukkonen. I was hopeful he'd be good, but this lingering issue, if nothing else, I feel like it's going to linger longer now.
Yeah, the way Lindy Ruff put it was... he made a couple of saves and it didn't feel quite right, so they took him out as a precaution. That means he played most of the period not feeling quite right, and they said they didn't want to risk anything. It sounded like he probably could have continued if they really wanted to push it, but they didn't want to risk anything, so it's just they're going to wait and see, and maybe have a better update today after he gets some sleep and, see how he feels today.
If he doesn't feel right, I mean, I don't know, Paul. Like, that's the thing about a nagging injury. They might want to shelve him for a week or two and just they get out in the regular season and he's out there saying it still doesn't feel right, but I can play through it. Like, you're always running the risk without knowing specifically what it is of, now he's got to be shut down for 2 months inside the regular season, and that's bad news.
Even if they got to shut him down for a month, I mean, get it right. I mean, don't sit there, as you say, and say, all right, 2 weeks later, now he's not feeling right again, or he's not quite right. He can play, but he's not 100% type of a thing. And so I think it's one of those, shut it down till it's right, and then put him in net. You got 2 NHL goaltenders here. You got another one in Rochester, so it's not like you're hurting for goaltenders. It's, to me, it's. I think they'd be better served. Just get it right.
People are kind of bullish on their blue line. I'm seeing lots thinking on paper the Sabres have a really nice blue line, the best they've had probably in a while. And up front, we had this little game, Paul, where I would say to Joe every couple days or weeks, hey, remember Josh Norris? Because the Sabres' highest paid forward, who's under contract for a long time, we never really saw him last year, and he was a deadline acquisition, so he doesn't count as part of their offseason, but he's a big change into what they want to be going forward. And last night we got to see a little bit of him and, the skill he brings. So, like, if you're a Sabre fan wondering how do they get to where they want to be, Josh Norris is going to be a big part of it, and he's had a pretty good preseason, I think.
Yeah, he's played 2 games, both here in Buffalo, and he's got 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points. It's not bad, So he scored a goal last night, the first goal, where it was right after Pittsburgh had scored a goal. It was right off the face-off. They get the puck. He breaks in. He goes down to one knee, but it didn't stop him at all. He popped right back up again, put a gorgeous move on the goaltender, and scored. That's the kind of thing maybe you can expect. And people, if they have forgotten, don't forget he's scored 35 goals in this league in a year where he was healthy. So I would think if he can stay healthy, you're looking at 30, 35 goals from Josh Norris, and he's shown us in preseason that he's still Josh Norris when he's healthy and played pretty well.
Pretty positive injury update for the Bills yesterday on the report. Matt Milano at Oliver and Spencer Brown all returning to practice as limited participants. Dorian Williams, meanwhile, did not practice, so that's the negative. Jackson Haw is also limited. We'll talk more about it with Sal coming up next. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. No Lamar Jackson at Ravens practice yesterday. His status for Sunday still in doubt against the Texans. Brock Purdy will not play tonight. Mac Jones starts on Thursday Night Football tonight just after 8 o'clock between the Rams and the 49ers. Sabres lost the preseason 5-3 to Pittsburgh. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen left in the first period with a lower body injury, did not return. Openers 1 week from tonight, so that's not good. And in baseball, only one series coming to a close last night. The Dodgers beat the Reds, so they advance. Today, Tigers-Guardians at 3, Padres-Cubs at 5, Red Sox-Yankees at 8. All game threes. Winners advance. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mr. Sal Capacio joins us for a few minutes here to talk about the Bills, their injury report, and preparations for the New England Patriots for Sunday Night Football. Morning, Sal.
Good morning. I also caught the tail end of your conversation at the last, the end there at the break, and I don't know if you saw, but I actually had my own goal song suggestion I wanted to run.
Oh, all right.
And I've been thinking about. I was just driving around a few months ago, and the song came on, my music, and I'm like, this would be a really good song to play after a Sabres game, after a Sabres goal. So first of all, I want to say, Joe, I can't believe you didn't know Saber Dance. Actually, that is crazy.
I can't believe I
guess a lot of people wouldn't know that though, right?
Right.
It's a classical piece that's like super popular for decades and decades, like, you know, back in the 40s and 50s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I remember actually it played on Name That Tune one time it was, and they played the whole thing. And then I did a little Wikipediaing during the break after I heard you guys, and apparently like lots of skaters have used it in figure skating, even go back to like the 60s and 70s. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this is what I come up with. You got to listen to the whole thing, obviously, because I think the point of a goal song is to get the crowd involved.
Yes.
And a part of it, right? So I talked with Joe Callie, our producer, and let's imagine Tage Thompson scores, and then this comes on.
Usher?
This is better.
Like that, right? That part,
I like
right?
This. Yes.
Well, Sal,
wouldn't the whole crowd be doing this?
I think the sing-along part of the
yes, that's the part.
Potentially, yes.
That's what the Rangers have. They have a song that's
this
song. Hey,
oh, yeah.
Hey, yeah. Well, Sal, what you've done,
disappointed.
though,
I didn't
unfortunately,
have this
what you've done is you become one of the people when I put up a Twitter poll and say, like, what do you think? This or this? And like, I want something else. There are 5. No, it's okay. I don't know. I didn't
see the poll. I'm sorry.
I'm only saying. I don't dislike your choice. The problem is there are 5 options, and that's not on the list. So the write-in time is passed. Now we're down to the 5 options the Sabres are accepting votes on. So that'll have to run for election next year if they do it again.
Next year, I know.
Yes,
I saw they could vote on it, I'm like, you know what? I should have submitted my entry.
Would have been a good campaign for you. So good. I think about that stuff all the time too, like goal songs and all this, like how it would be good. Anyway, Sal, the touchdown song, the shout song, right? The shout song is something that's a part of our lives when they score touchdowns.
Do you guys know? I'm sorry that we're derailing this.
No.
I have to ask you. Like, I think it was before you came to Buffalo, Jeremy. Like, the shout song, because of the rights, the Bills didn't, like, they didn't have the rights necessarily for a little while, and the Isley brothers, there was a deal. Like, back in, like, so the shout song became a thing in the late 80s, and then the early 90s, and then for a period in the mid to late 90s, for like a 1 year or 2 years, they could not use it or didn't use it and went to something else, and everybody was really mad. And then they went back to it. Yeah. And it was a different like shout song they created.
I'm reading a story here at 1993 that they wanted $10,000 to continue using that version of the shout song. That's what Polaroid, who owned the rights wanted $10,000.
$10,000.
And they came up with a new song, a different version.
Yes, they did. And
Okay.
everybody's like, "What is this? What are we doing?"
We got to hear that. Can someone find that? 1993 would have been $10,000 to pay to continue to use that version of the song.
That's what it was. 93. Yep, I remember it. Yep.
All right. Then there's the version. It's funny. Like there's the version of the Shout song that's the one they play. Then there's the version that it might have been on Jock Jams where Chris Berman is on it. And he says at the end, "No one circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills." Like that's
that's more of like a remix, right?
Yeah. I know because every time the Shout song plays, my brother-in-law shouts that line from Berman every time.
At the end.
Anyway, all right, Sal. So at practice yesterday, no movement on the IR news, and some movement on guys that have been out getting back to practice. So what's the latest?
Yeah, so nothing on Max Harrison or Tyler Bass or Tylan Grable for that matter practicing yet, so I wouldn't expect any of their returns anytime soon. We'll take that on a week-to-week basis and see where it goes. In the meantime, Spencer Brown, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, the three names that we've been monitoring here that have missed some games and some time, all returned to practice on a limited basis. We did not know Jackson Hawes would be limited till after practice. He was listed as limited. Now, a lot of times it raises a red flag. You're like, wait a minute, the coach didn't say it, but he shows up as limited. I will tell you, I saw him after practice. I saw him in the locker room. Nothing seemed off, you know what I mean? It was just, so very well just could have been one of these things like last week with AJ Epinesa. Just shows up as limited because they're dealing with something, but you get through it. So we'll see where that goes. But Dorian Williams didn't practice. Sean McDermott did say the reason why he didn't finish last game was because he was dealing with something in the leg. We know now it's officially a knee injury. He didn't practice. It's good news that Milano's back, obviously, because if Williams can't go, you get your starting weak side linebacker back. And then, you do have Shaq Thompson in reserve. But I think overall a really good injury picture for the Bills as they move forward. I still wouldn't necessarily think that all – I think Ed Oliver might be the one that's the most questionable in my mind to come back on Sunday. He looked like he was still limping pretty good last time we saw him, walking around last week, like at Sunday at the game. But Milano, I have video of him attacking the bag and taking it to the ground, which is a really good sign after a pec injury. And Spencer Brown seemed to be doing everything as well.
All right, so good sign, especially who's that the best sign for, Sal? Milano and Oliver mostly just because they've been out the most, and there's been questions about their availability long term, right? I mean, Oliver, there was a question about how it happened in the first place. I know.
Well, no,
now there isn't.
Like I just said, I don't know if Oliver, to me, Oliver's the most questioned for this week. I still don't know if he's going to be able to play. I think Spencer Brown and Matt Milano are tracking well. We asked Ed Oliver yesterday, how did it happen? And then his answer was, well, what were you guys told?
Yeah, wasn't that weird? A little weird.
I think it might have been weird. I don't question he was stepped on. I just think it's kind of injury where he's like, yeah, I don't want to get into it, but yeah, that's what it was. And he wanted to make sure that's what we were told. He goes, I was told, I fell off a horse, and someone said this to me. I think he just wanted to make sure that everybody had it all straight. But I don't question he was stepped on. It was kind of weird because guys don't want to talk about injuries, how things happen, and things like that a lot of times. But no, Joe, I don't think right now, as I said here, it's a certainty that Ed Oliver plays. I think it's maybe more likely the other two do.
Right. Could there be any other mixes on the defensive line, what they decide to do? Like last week, Landon Jackson was close to getting a jersey. He didn't. Brandon Codrington, Sal, as we're looking at the last 3, 4, 5 roster spots, do you think things might be different this week? Of course, it could be matchup driven.
I do, but I mean, part of it is those guys all playing. Let's just say, even if you get two back, if you get Brown and Milano back, that's two guys who have to come out of the lineup, right? To come out off the active. Yep. Then you don't have an elevation. Maybe you don't use elevations this week, right? Maybe if Ed Oliver plays, you don't elevate a defensive tackle. Last week was Jordan Phillips. It had been Zion Logue. If he doesn't play, you have to elevate somebody. If Milano plays, maybe Dorian Williams is inactive. Maybe that's the switch. I don't know. I think it's interesting at receiver. Curtis Samuel, he played last week. You used all 6 wide receivers last week. And then you have Codrington, which is interesting because, I mean, I don't know where he fits at this point if they're going to, with the numbers, because the Bills have kind of given indication here just by their own action last week that maybe that's a spot where they have to take away from in order to fit everything else they need. I will tell you that, guys, this. Not on the Bills' return side, but yeah, that matters. But on the other return side, special teams will matter this week. I mean, the Patriots have the special teams player of the week, Marcus Jones. He's very good at what he does as a return man. So I think the Bills are going to want to be as buttoned up as possible to making sure that they at least in coverage more than anything have the right players out there.
Yeah, they already have a kick return touchdown and a punt return touchdown on the season. New England does. Yeah, last year, do you think they were just testing how Samuel would look at kick return, Sal, and also maybe how that went? Because the other part of that is if he's going to be one of your kick returners, he's never done punt returning, so Shakir does that. Mm-hmm. And I guess it's how much appetite do the Bills have for Shakir to be their primary punt returner and have that on his plate all year long, every game?
It's really interesting. I would never say they're experimenting. You don't do that in a regular season game. But I do think Sean even gave an indication that they want to see how guys perform, a little bit of a different look, because, even he didn't come out right out and say it, but he was asked a question, and the answer gave an indication that they understand that coming down or some decisions have to come down soon. Guys are coming back from suspension in a couple weeks. Guys are coming off IR soon. You don't have room for everybody. So where does everybody fit? You got to start figuring out, is this guy better to be in the lineup than this guy? What do we do? Can we make sure? If we're thinking of moving off from, let's just use Curtis Samuel as an example. If the Bills think, you know what, maybe we have to move on from Curtis Samuel, but we need to make sure of that. What if we put him in? He's really good for what we need. You might want to do that. Maybe they're trying to look at a world without Brandon Codrington on the roster and see what that looks like at return man. I do think you have to think about all those things if you're Sean McDermott and the Bills front office as well.
Sal Capacio on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills and Patriots. Sal, how high in the air did you jump when the Yankees scored in the 8th last night?
I had just got home. We had a baseball game for Max, and I was actually listening to it. I just got home, and before I went in the house, I knew it was going on, so I put it on my phone. So I'm watching the game. You're talking about the Judge play, right? He hits it?
I'm talking about
no, that one. I'm sorry. No, so before that, though, So Judge hits it to left field, and that's when the left fielder comes on. He charges at it, and I go, no. And then I saw the ball hit the ground. I go, yes, like that. One of those things, right?
Yeah.
And then the 8th inning, we were all watching it together. I mean, it was crazy. I'm doing what parents do. I'm yelling. I literally remember this last night, thinking I'm kind of a weirdo. So I'm in my living room going, "Go Jazz! Go Jazz! Run Jazz!" That's literally what came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching it with my 11-year-old son, and we're into it, and it was super cool to kind of have that moment, to do that.
Heck of a play at the plate. That's baseball at its best. The play at the plate.
Yes, and I mean that's really good baseball overall. The 2-out walk mattered so much, right? The 2-out walk, because now, a blooper that just hits the line, he's off and running because it's a 2-out. It's a 2-out hit, so he's off on contact. So how much that matters? If it's a 1-out walk, he's not on contact necessarily, right? So because it could be caught. Because it's 2 outs, he's running on contact because he's at first base, and because of that, he starts going. Of course, Jazz is pretty fast anyway. And hey, little leaguers everywhere. This is why you do base running drills. You got to take angles. If he takes a poor angle coming around third, maybe he gets thrown out. All these little things matter, and that's why it was really cool. I just think it's fascinating tonight. You have 2 rookies going at it tonight, right? I mean, 2 rookies starting on the mound against each other. Their first ever postseason start in a game like this is amazing.
Yeah. Well, enjoy it. Sal, thanks very much. We'll chat tomorrow.
All right, guys, you got it.
Sal Capacio on the Western Hotline. Jeremy and Joe here. Baseball playoffs, full swing, dramatic. That
final pitch yesterday in Red Sox Yankees too. I was like, all the way back to the warning track. I thought it could have been gone. Maybe Yankee fans also thought it could have been gone for half a second.
Cleveland today, 3:00. You got time?
Yeah.
Go to Cleveland.
More time than yesterday.
Yep. And if you want to go to Yankee Stadium, you got more time. 8:00 tonight.
Thursday night.
Yeah.
It's a school night.
It is a school night. It's also Rams-Niners tonight. 803-0550. That's our phone number. You can give us a ring on anything on your mind, really. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Not to make light of his injury, but a bit of a worst-case scenario because Luukkonen, they'd been bringing him along, and he plays, and he leaves after the first period, and they rule him out saying he won't return with a lower body injury, which I don't know, Paul, like outside of another player getting hurt, I thought that was about as bad as it could go for Luukkonen. I was hopeful he'd be good, but this lingering issue, if nothing else, I feel like it's going to linger longer now.
Yeah, the way Lindy Ruff put it was, he made a couple of saves and it didn't feel quite right, so they took him out as a precaution. That means he played most of the period not feeling quite right, and they said they didn't want to risk anything. It sounded like he probably could have continued if they really wanted to push it, but they didn't see any. They didn't want to risk anything, so it's just they're going to wait and see, and maybe have a better update today after he gets some sleep, and see how he feels today.
If he doesn't feel right, I mean, I don't know, Paul. Like that's the thing about a nagging injury. They might want to shelve him for a week or two and just. They get out in the regular season, and he's out there saying it still doesn't feel right, but I can play through it. Like you're always running the risk without knowing specifically what it is. Of now he's got to be shut down for 2 months inside the regular season, and that's bad news.
Even if you got to shut him down for a month, I mean, get it right. I mean, don't sit there as you say and say, all right, 2 weeks later, now he's not feeling right again, or he's not quite right. He can play, but he's not 100% type of a thing, and so I think it's one of those. Shut it down till it's right, and then put him in net. You got 2 NHL goaltenders here. You got another one in Rochester, so it's not like you're hurting for goaltenders. It's to me, it's. I think they'd be better served just get it right.
All right, Sal. So at practice yesterday, no movement on the IR news. And some movement on guys that have been out getting back to practice. So what's the latest?
Yeah, so nothing on Max Harrison or Tyler Bass or Tylan Grable, for that matter, practicing yet. So I wouldn't expect any of their returns anytime soon. We'll take that on a week-to-week basis and see where it goes. In the meantime, Spencer Brown, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, the 3 names that we've been monitoring here that have missed some games and some time, all returned to practice on a limited basis. We did not know Jackson Hawes would be limited till after practice. He was listed as limited. Now, a lot of times it raises a red flag. You're like, wait a minute, the coach didn't say it, but he shows up as limited. I will tell you, I saw him after practice. I saw him in the locker room. Nothing seemed off, you know what I mean? It was just, so very well just could have been one of these things like last week with AJ Epinesa. Just shows up as limited because they're dealing with something, but you get through it. So we'll see where that goes. But Dorian Williams didn't practice. Sean McDermott did say the reason why he didn't finish last game was because he was dealing with something in the leg. We know now it's officially a knee injury. He didn't practice. It's good news that Milano's back, obviously, because if Williams can't go, you get your starting weak side linebacker back. And then, you do have Shaq Thompson in reserve. But I think overall a really good injury picture for the Bills as they move forward. I still wouldn't necessarily think that all – I think Ed Oliver might be the one that's the most questionable in my mind to come back on Sunday. He looked like he was still limping pretty good last time we saw him, walking around last week, like at Sunday at the game. But Milano, I have video of him attacking the bag and taking it to the ground, which is a really good sign after a pec injury. And Spencer Brown seemed to be doing everything as well.
What was this? This was the Bills.
What they replaced this shout song with in '93. They re-recorded it, but this is like the Isley Brothers, the original version. Shout, shout. Knock yourself out.
You're saying this is what the Bills created?
No, so this is the original song that they
were playing.
Yeah, instead of the shout song.
And then they wouldn't. And this is the song they wouldn't pay $10,000 for in 1993.
No, the original shout song.
The Isley Brothers. That's what they wouldn't pay $10,000 for.
Yeah.
So then they played this one instead?
Yep, and nobody liked it.
Ernie Maresca.
Mm-hmm. I kind of liked it. It's like 50. It's more 50s than the current shout song, right?
Sure.
Less karaoke, I guess. Although, don't you want it to be karaoke because it's everybody singing it?
Yeah. 803-0550. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Wide open phones next hour to chat about a few things. Bills, NFL, the AFC race. There's an NFC game on Thursday Night Football, so we're not too locked in. But Chiefs-Jaguars will be a big one for Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
We'll be really keyed in on that one as we find out if Jacksonville is real, as good as anything. Maybe. They're 3-1, right? 3-1. They just beat the Niners.
If they beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football, could they? And they the thing is, they're kind of like Pittsburgh, though. They have a good record, and I feel like they haven't looked good yet.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, we'll get to plenty. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you want to call us. Bills and Patriots here on WGR. All right, Sal. So at practice yesterday, no movement on the IR news and some movement on guys that have been out getting back to practice. So what's the latest?
Yeah, so nothing on Max Harrison or Tyler Bass or Tylan Grable, for that matter, practicing yet. So I wouldn't expect any of their returns anytime soon. We'll take that on a week-to-week basis and see where it goes. In the meantime, Spencer Brown, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, the three names that we've been monitoring here that have missed some games and some time, all returned to practice on a limited basis. We did not know Jackson Hawes would be limited till after practice. He was listed as limited. Now, a lot of times it raises a red flag. You're like, wait a minute, the coach didn't say it, but he shows up as limited. I will tell you, I saw him after practice. I saw him in the locker room. Nothing seemed off, you know what I mean? It was just, so very well just could have been one of these things like last week with AJ Epinesa. Just shows up as limited because they're dealing with something, but you get through it. So we'll see where that goes. But Dorian Williams didn't practice. Sean McDermott did say the reason why he didn't finish last game was because he was dealing with something in the leg. We know now it's officially a knee injury. He didn't practice. It's good news that Milano's back, obviously, because if Williams can't go, you get your starting weak side linebacker back. And then, you do have Shaq Thompson in reserve. But I think overall a really good injury picture for the Bills as they move forward. I still wouldn't necessarily think that all – I think Ed Oliver might be the one that's the most questionable in my mind to come back on Sunday. He looked like he was still limping pretty good last time we saw him, walking around last week, like it's Sunday at the game. But Milano, I have video of him attacking the bag and taking it to the ground, which is a really good sign after a pec injury. And Spencer Brown seemed to be doing everything as well.
People are kind of bullish on their blue line. I'm seeing lots thinking on paper the Sabres have a really nice blue line, the best they've had probably in a while. And up front, we had this little game, Paul, where I would say to Joe every couple days or weeks, hey, remember Josh Norris? Because the Sabres' highest paid forward, who's under contract for a long time. We never really saw him last year, and he was a deadline acquisition, so he doesn't count as part of their offseason, but he's a big change into what they want to be going forward. And last night we got to see a little bit of him and, the skill he brings. So, if you're a Sabre fan wondering how do they get to where they want to be, Josh Norris is going to be a big part of it, and he's had a pretty good preseason, I think.
Yeah, he's played 2 games, both here in Buffalo, and he's got 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points. It's not bad. So he scored a goal last night, the first goal, where, it was right after Pittsburgh had scored a goal. It was right off the face-off. They get the puck. He breaks in. He goes down to one knee, but it didn't stop him at all. He popped right back up again, put a gorgeous move on the goaltender, and scored. So that's the kind of thing maybe you can expect. And people, if they have forgotten, don't forget he's scored 35 goals in this league in a year where he was healthy. So I would think if he can stay healthy, you're looking at 30, 35 goals from Josh Norris. And he's shown us in preseason that he's still Josh Norris when he's healthy and played pretty well.
Bills injury report featured some good news on Spencer Brown, Matt Milano, and also Ed Oliver, all three returning to practice yesterday in a limited capacity. Jackson Hawes was also limited yesterday, and also Dorian Williams was not on the field at all. He's dealing with a knee injury. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Rams and the 49ers. San Francisco will not have Brock Purdy. He is dealing with a toe injury. It'll be Mac Jones starting tonight. The Sabres were in action last night, fell in the preseason meeting with the Penguins at home, 5-3, 2 goals from Josh Norris. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen left the game in the first period with a lower body injury, did not return. We're 1 week out from the start of the regular season. Baseball playoffs continue. Yankees beat the Red Sox to stay alive, winning 4-3. The Tigers in the Guardians series also going to a Game 3 after Cleveland won by a 6-1 score. The Dodgers, the one team yesterday that did advance. They win over Cincinnati, eliminate them. San Diego stays alive. So today, you've got 3 games starting at 3 o'clock. Cleveland-Detroit is at 3. Then you have Chicago, San Diego at 5, Boston and New York at 8. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Sports Talk on WGR presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You know, Coach Vrabel does a great job on the defensive side, and he does a great job of having those guys ready. And they always play like he played, very physical, and we know that. And so it's whenever you go against one of his defenses, you got to make sure you bring that part of your game.
Sean McDermott, Mike Vrabel. What do you think about Mike Vrabel?
I respect Mike Vrabel.
I think he's a pretty good coach.
I think he's a pretty good coach. Yeah. I think he's a professional football coach, one of those guys that probably always should have a job. I think he doesn't get enough credit. In some areas, I feel like he's a little bit sharp, but punting is not one of them, right? Isn't he generally pretty bad on fourth down decision-making? Clock management stuff, he's generally very good. Really good. But I think he's a little conservative when it comes to the fourth down stuff.
Ben Volen, who we talked to at 8 o'clock of the Boston Globe, it's funny, at his Twitter page, his pinned tweet is to an article he wrote about Gerard Mayo and how, if it doesn't work out for Mayo, the Patriots are going to want Vrabel. And here we are a year later.
They got
Vrabel. This was very much this was always going to go this way if Mayo can't hack it. I mean, Mayo's a former Patriot player too, so
yeah,
he went right from playing to assistant to being the head coach. The Patriots injury report for today, for yesterday, who's out for them? Will Campbell is a full participant. He's their top draft pick at tackle. He's had a shoulder issue. Past that, Christian Barmore, of course, he's been out for a while, non-football injury. He's been battling. He was limited at practice. So,
yeah.
What was it that Barmore had?
He had a
blood
clot issue, didn't he?
Yes, that's what it was. Thank you. So he was limited at practice.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see how it goes.
I was looking at some numbers in the break. It's part of the story about Josh Allen this year has been that he's not throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah.
Right? Allen, where do you think he ranks in the league? 32 quarterbacks, where he ranks in deep ball percentage.
Percentage of balls thrown down the field?
Yeah, 20-plus air yards. What percentage of Allen's passes are going 20-plus air yards? Not what the percentage, where he ranks.
I would need a win probability filter because he threw a bunch when they're down 16 to Baltimore.
Okay.
And they're chasing that game. But before,
wouldn't most teams have been down at some point though through 4 games?
Maybe, but
he had the Baltimore game, but I want to bet he's been trailing less than most quarterbacks in the league, right? His number's not going to be as inflated as who's a good quarterback?
I don't know.
JJ McCarthy, for instance, who stacked up yards against
Sure. I also
Chicago.
wouldn't want to compare myself to JJ McCarthy, but whatever. Where does he rank?
He ranks 21st in the league.
Yeah.
You want to know who's dead last?
Mahomes.
No, Mahomes is actually really high. Mahomes is 7th.
You know what? It probably might be Drake May because if you got a 78% completion percentage, you're probably throwing it short.
It's Drake May.
Yeah.
Right now in the NFL, Allen ranks 21st. He's throwing 10.7% of his passes further than 20 yards. Drake May is dead last at 7.3. He's throwing the ball
short.
He's never throwing it deep. Never throwing it deep. So you got 2 teams this week. Didn't the Bills and Dolphins set some record 2 weeks ago for not
ADOT record?
The ADOT record. Could we get that 2.0 this week?
Maybe.
Because this guy on the other side is throwing it less than Allen is.
803-0550. I owe you the pick of the week from Riverfront Auto Sales. Their pick of the week's a 2016 Audi A8 L Sedan 3.0T. Experience sleek design, powerful performance, and premium features all in one stunning ride. Stop by Riverfront Auto Sales today. Drive home this perfect blend of performance and luxury. 1379 Niagara Street, online at riverfrontautosales.com. Call 716-886-1626. So the Major League Baseball playoffs are, of course, a great potential pick of the week.
Yep.
In the Week 5 schedule, Bills-Patriots is a good game. It's one of the better games. There are a bunch of good games here on this week's slate, including games that were maybe bad but are interesting.
Yeah.
I'll just run through a couple that got interesting. To me, Giants-Saints got interesting because of Jackson Dart. Does he follow it up? You've got Raiders-Colts. It's not that bad. Broncos-Eagles could be nice.
Yeah, that could be.
But the big one, Commanders-Chargers is another one. But Chiefs-Jaguars, pick of the week is going to be the Monday Night Football game. Chiefs at Jags.
Okay. Chiefs at Jags. I saw on the Eagles that there have been 156 halves of football by teams this year so far, and the worst 2 offensive halves that teams have had this season were both by the Philadelphia Eagles. And I think one of them was the second half last week against Tampa.
Yeah, they didn't complete a pass.
Denver could win that game.
Could.
Denver could win. I don't want to pick Denver. They're on the road, though.
Yeah.
In that one?
It's in Philly.
All right. I mean, somebody in the AFC's got to be good. So Denver could be one of them. That Chiefs-Jags game, I was looking at a tweet from – this kind of plays into, though, the stats I just went through with the deep ball passing and how Mahomes is near the top of the league. Nobody has more lost yards to missed throws this season in the National Football League than Patrick Mahomes does. Like, Cam Ward is number one, and he has lost the most yards this year on drops than anyone in the league by far. Like, it's Cam Ward. His receivers are dropping passes. Over 35% total air yards in the league from Mahomes. He's lost because he's just missed them. But a lot of that's down the field. Like, I think what you're seeing in Kansas City, what you were seeing pre-Worthy at least, was defenses were daring Mahomes to throw the ball down the field. And he would complete a couple, but he also missed a lot of them. And now Worthy's back. So does he not have to do that as much? We'll see. Maybe it opens up the shorter end. I'm just very curious how they'll play offense going forward. Because so far, we're going to start chucking it deep again. And does Worthy change that?
Yes.
Because now they have an underneath threat that teams have to respect?
With Rice?
Or a downfield threat teams have to respect. Yeah. Well, Rice still got a couple more weeks. Because, man, Worthy was a huge impact for them in that Baltimore game. But, all right, let's see you against a defense that's healthy. Jacksonville's not great, but they're not terrible. So, people are right back in on the Chiefs after one great performance against a broken, bad defense. And maybe they are back, but I'm not ready to anoint that they're back yet. They've been gone for 2.5 years.
That's right.
As an offense.
I am reminded of, I forget who it was that I told you I read maybe Ollie Connolly.
Before the season?
Yeah, who wrote about what the preseason showed from the Chiefs, what they're about to be.
Right.
They're going to start running iso ball with Rashee Rice.
Right.
And he's not available for them yet, so maybe their full-on offensive plans have not been revealed. He's getting closer. We're 4 games in. He has to miss 2 more, and then he's back. And we'll see what the offense morphs into once they add him as the underneath threat while Worthy's over the top. Because having the two of them together, that really didn't happen last year.
Have they only played like 3 games together?
Okay.
It's not much.
Yeah. Kyle in Tennessee is up. Hey, Kyle, good morning.
Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for posting that content you guys do on YouTube. Really love it.
Yeah, thanks for
I had
joining.
a question about these rivalry uniforms, right? They're all white. They look slick. I know it's going to be in the 80s on Sunday, but what kind of nightmare would it be if we had a Colts snow game at night, and then you got this marketing, you got the hype? Can the Bills change their uniforms last minute? Go Bills, God bless.
I'm pretty sure that once you announce those during the week that it's been submitted some way, somehow, and then that probably is what has to happen. I don't know the rules, though, on that.
You're saying, like, what would happen if you're wearing white uniforms and it snows a lot? Well,
you're right. Like, could you tell the league 40 minutes before the game, hey, we're going to wear this color instead? I don't believe you
have
can
to
do
tell
that.
the other team what they're going to bring.
Right. So it'd have to match up with what they're bringing, and if you're already wearing white, like, could you change your pants? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure, but I don't think so.
Do you know what the Colts wore here in that big snow game?
Was it all white?
Yeah, all white. White on white.
Well, they lost.
They did because they lost because they missed, but they lost because they missed a kick.
That's right.
The Bills wore all red.
Did they lose though because Joe Webb didn't see the guy he threw a pick right to at the end of the game that set up a field goal?
Did they only score 13 because they couldn't see their receivers to throw to?
Maybe.
Was that Peterman to Kelvin Benjamin in that game? Is that what it was?
Yeah, before Peterman got knocked out of the game. Yep.
And then Joe Webb went in. Yeah.
I don't think they can just change last second.
No, I don't either. And again, there are teams that wear white and play in the snow, and it's just like you just deal with it. You just handle it.
Yeah.
So, but when you get later in the season, maybe as you're picking, you're less and less likely. I mean, if you're the home team, the road team coming in is going to wear white. You're going to wear your colors. That's usually how it goes.
Unless you've told New England, hey, pack blue, because we're wearing our all whites.
Right, which is going to happen this week.
Right. So then New England doesn't have their whites. So you want to tell them, you actually got to go white. Well, we left them at home.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do? So I don't think that's how it works.
More color on color.
Yeah,
Like
I've always been a fan of that.
The Seahawks and Bucks this week is basically color on color, right? It's going to be creamsicle against the Seahawks ones.
They're all white creamsicles, though.
Okay, but it's
white jersey, white pants, white helmet.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's got the orange piping throughout in the logo.
That's right. Color on color, though. We saw that with the Bills-Jets a couple years ago, the red-green game.
Yep. Yeah, I would do it all the time if I were the Bills and the NFL.
More color on color.
Other sports are doing that. Hockey and football, the last two that really just never, ever do it. Baseball, they wear the same color sometimes. It's like light gray versus white. But, yeah, I don't know. It's college football even does it, right? Like when you see UCLA play USC.
Yep.
That's blue versus red. So, especially when you get the colors. Like, the Bills and Chiefs should always be blue versus red. Every time they play. It should be blue versus red. And it never, ever has been.
UB did a bunch of those games, right? Like blue versus red on a Tuesday, election night. I think they did that once, a blue-red game.
I don't remember that, no. Okay.
Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Thanks for the phone call. You can give us a ring on, anything for that matter. Tonight, the parlay.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was looking at that a little bit.
You see, there's a weekly highlight of Matthew Stafford playing quarterback like he plays for the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
This week he had one where, because they played the Colts, he had one where he moved a linebacker not with his eyes, but by turning his shoulders. They had it from behind, and like the linebacker's watching him, and Stafford turns his body left.
Yeah.
And the linebacker goes to the left, and then Stafford throws it right where he was, deep, right over, and he runs into the end zone saying, "Don't look at me, talking trash." Like,
I'm watching it right now, and this is crazy.
Right? Stafford does stuff out there like just other guys.
This is why he's every quarterback's favorite quarterback.
Yeah, because he doesn't really, he's never going to get away and scramble.
Never.
So he has to kind of do other things, and the stuff he does is body manipulation and no-look passes, and he's just super fun.
You're not kidding about the no scrambling. His over-under for rushing yards in this game is half a yard.
It's
and it has been every week, and he's gone under it, I think, every week so far this year.
Did he scramble, though? I think he might have scrambled. Remember, last year, Stafford made...
Actually, sorry, last week he did go over it. He had 4 carries for 4 yards. What are those, sneaks?
Were they sneaks or scrambles?
I don't know. He had a long of 6. That's got to be a scramble. Yes. Longest rushing attempt is 6.
Last year,
it's not a designed run.
He made it to week 12 last year before he scrambled.
Okay, I think he did. I think he did it last week because there's no way 6 yards is anything other than him scrambling on a pass play.
Yeah.
So he made it to week 4 this year, but he does still have negative 4 yards on the season, even with that 6 yard run.
Eric in Nevada. Hey, Eric, what's up?
Oh, hey guys, how are you?
Good.
I'm flying in for the game. I'm in Reno, Nevada, originally from West Seneca, bringing my son. He's through the roof excited. I just had a couple questions regarding the atmosphere and maybe some activities going on, if you know of any, around the stadium. And also, are they going to be decking the stadium out in any cold front gear? Is it going to be any changes as far as the optics? Any activities in the parking lot? I've heard something about a boulevard, maybe
They have that all the time. Yeah, that might be more.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like there's little tents and shops right by the Bills store. Yeah, that's right out in front by the scoreboard. Thanks. So, Eric, to answer your question, they won't be painting the end zones. Some people are really mad about that, and there's they've given a reason. We've told you the reason they're not painting the end zones. It's not grass like Miami is, like Arizona is. Some of these, I bet that the Jets are not going to paint theirs when they do theirs.
Probably right.
Maybe they will. Maybe that turf is different. But the Bills are not painting their turf because they would have to paint white over blue. And that's a lot of paint, and all of a sudden the end zones become slippery, and it's a player safety issue. So they are going to wrap the ring wall, which is, like the padded wall around the field, and the goalposts. So you'll see different visual elements that are looking like the...
Yep.
And Chris Jenkins, the VP of Marketing, told us that they are changing the flags. So I don't know if they ordered every single NFL team in what will the flags be at the top of the stadium? That's where all the NFL teams' flags are up there.
Not anymore.
What is it?
It's all Bills. All Bills flags.
Oh, it's all Bills. Okay.
I think it has been for a few years.
Oh, okay.
It's actually. I noticed that. I know that because it annoys me that they are all. I thought it was cool when they had a flag of every team.
The only problem I think when they had a flag of every team is there was no rhyme or reason to how they were actually displayed. Not by division. I don't know. Maybe
alphabetical.
Maybe they were. I don't think so.
You think they just randomly put them up?
It looked like that one year. I don't know if that's the case. So they're all Bills flags. They'll all be the white iced out Bills flag. The helmet is sweet.
The helmet's the star of the show.
The helmet and the shoulder patch, but the helmet is sweet.
Well, I wonder how much we're gonna the shoulder patch with the crystal buffalo. Yeah, that for sure.
We're gonna see that.
I wonder how much of the gray shoulders we're gonna really see on TV.
Good question.
We might not. I wonder. Maybe we do. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wonder how much that'll show itself.
The numbers are good.
Helmet's the star.
The helmet looks really good. Players were wearing the helmet at practice yesterday. They got the they swap out the logos.
Did I see? Right, it's the same helmet.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how they got around the red helmet thing with the helmet rules or whatever. Because they did put out a video, which was cool to watch, of how they take the decals off of the old logo so that you get to where the logo's plain white, and then they install on all their helmets the ones that are going to look like Sunday. So they're wearing the same helmet. It just looks different. And it looks awesome.
Yes, it does. Brian in Hamburg is up next. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys, just a little fun fact for you. For the uniforms, the teams have to submit for the entire season by July 1st, every game through the entire year. So they're predetermined and set for the season. So just wanted to touch base on that with that caller that called in earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Brian. Because the reminder is next week when they play Monday Night Football, they're wearing their whites, the throwbacks, against Atlanta.
Yeah.
You do have your uniform schedule set ahead of time. Yeah.
What's the punishment if I packed the wrong jerseys, guys?
Fine.
Sorry.
Maybe fines.
You're gonna fine me $10,000 or something? It's probably happened.
$100,000?
It's probably happened. Hey, we're gonna wear this because the Bills don't. Well, do the Bills announce? No, they announce week to week what they're wearing. Some teams tell you exactly what they're wearing all year long. Like the Chargers are one of these teams.
That's right. You know the Bills are wearing their regular uniforms, finger quotes. Maybe you don't know the pants until they come out.
That's the thing. You don't know the pants.
Yeah. But you generally know otherwise. Anyway, 803-0550 our phone number and 1-888-550-2550. What have I not gotten to today that I have on my list of things to get to?
We got to get to our parlay.
We'll do that next segment. We got to get the parlay.
That's coming.
Xavier Howard retired. If you have a thought on that.
Yeah, in the middle of the year.
Yep.
Was a little weird.
I saw Marshall Newhouse, former Bills offensive lineman, pointed something out. He said, I've been around when a vet abruptly realizes his body, mind, and soul just isn't in it anymore. I have the utmost respect for that decision because I promise it was not arrived at lightly. I thought about, of course, Vontae Davis, who, for the Bills, I'm done. Right? Retired at halftime, the late Vontae Davis. So Marshall Newhouse mentioned that about Xavier Howard, who was a good player over the years.
Yeah, he just got injuries.
Yep.
But at his peak in Miami, yeah, he was a good player.
Have you thought about the AFC North starting quarterbacks going into October 1st? Jake Browning, Cooper Rush, Dylan Gabriel, and Aaron Rodgers?
I had not really thought about it until you just laid it out that way.
Jake Browning, Cooper Rush, Dylan Gabriel, and Aaron Rodgers.
Is it not amazing the Ravens are still favored to win the division? Is it amazing? Or is there a good reason why they should still be favored?
I do not believe that they are still favored.
They were favored yesterday to win the AFC North. Yesterday they were still favored to win the division.
I have to look this up. I do not believe it to be true. It's not possible.
I think it's possible.
They are the favorite to win the division.
Yeah. With a 2-game deficit, Jackson, I can't decide if I think he's actually going to miss time here. Where are the big insiders on that? If he's really out 2 to 3 weeks, which is what the Baltimore Sun reported a couple of days ago, where's Rappaport? Where's Schefter? Where's Pellicer? Where are all the big guns insiders to tell me that, this is tough. They are mum on Lamar. So is the coach. It's very, I wonder if he's going to play Sunday. Play through it. And if he plays through it Sunday and he doesn't miss any time, that's how they're still favored. right? Because if you knew today he was gonna miss even just the next two
games,
no way they're the favorite.
Right?
No way. But they are still favored.
Time for our fantastic four-way parlay. When we return, get some action on this Thursday night game. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Not to make light of his injury, but a bit of a worst-case scenario because Luukkonen, they'd been bringing him along, and he plays, and he leaves after the first period, and they rule him out, saying he won't return with a lower body injury, which, I don't know, Paul, like, outside of another player getting hurt, I thought that was about as bad as it could go for Luukkonen. I was hopeful he'd be good, but this lingering issue, if nothing else, I feel like it's going to linger longer now.
Yeah, the way Lindy Ruff put it was... he made a couple of saves and it didn't feel quite right, so they took him out as a precaution. That means he played most of the period not feeling quite right, and they said they didn't want to risk anything. It sounded like he probably could have continued if they really wanted to push it, but they didn't want to risk anything, so it's just they're going to wait and see, and maybe have a better update today after he gets some sleep and, see how he feels today.
If he doesn't feel right, I mean, I don't know, Paul. Like, that's the thing about a nagging injury. They might want to shelve him for a week or two and just they get out in the regular season and he's out there saying it still doesn't feel right, but I can play through it. Like, you're always running the risk without knowing specifically what it is of, now he's got to be shut down for 2 months inside the regular season, and that's bad news.
Even if they got to shut him down for a month, I mean, get it right. I mean, don't sit there, as you say, and say, all right, 2 weeks later, now he's not feeling right again, or he's not quite right. He can play, but he's not 100% type of a thing. And so I think it's one of those, shut it down till it's right, and then put him in net. You got 2 NHL goaltenders here. You got another one in Rochester, so it's not like you're hurting for goaltenders. It's, to me, it's. I think they'd be better served. Just get it right.
All right, Sal. So at practice yesterday, no movement on the IR news and some movement on guys that have been out getting back to practice. So what's the latest?
Yeah, so nothing on Max Harrison or Tyler Bass or Tylan Grable, for that matter, practicing yet, so I wouldn't expect any of their returns anytime soon. We'll take that on a week-to-week basis and see where it goes. In the meantime, Spencer Brown, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, the 3 names that we've been monitoring here that have missed some games and some time, all returned to practice on a limited basis. We did not know Jackson Hawes would be limited till after practice. He was listed as limited. Now, a lot of times it raises a red flag. You're like, wait a minute, the coach didn't say it, but he shows up as limited. I will tell you, I saw him after practice. I saw him in the locker room. Nothing seemed off, you know what I mean? It was just, so very well just could have been one of these things like last week with AJ Epinesa. Just shows up as limited because you're dealing with something, but you get through it. So we'll see where that goes. But Dorian Williams didn't practice. Sean McDermott did say the reason why he didn't finish last game was because he was dealing with something in the leg. We know now it's officially a knee injury. He didn't practice. It's good news that Milano's back, obviously, because if Williams can't go, you get your starting weak side linebacker back. And then, you do have Shaq Thompson in reserve. But I think overall a really good injury picture for the Bills as they move forward. I still wouldn't necessarily think that I think Ed Oliver might be the one that's the most questionable in my mind to come back on Sunday. He looked like he was still limping pretty good last time we saw him, walking around last week, like it's Sunday at the game. But Milano, I have video of him attacking the bag and taking it to the ground, which is a really good sign after a pec injury. And Spencer Brown seemed to be doing everything as well.
Thursday Night Football. We're going to put together a fantastic four-way parlay.
Okay, it's time to hit on one of these.
If you want to ride with us,
come on.
That's great. If you don't, that's fine too.
You also could just, well, no, you couldn't really bet against us.
You could, depending on what we take.
Just take the opposite.
Rams, Niners tonight from LA. I'll lead us off because I like what I like my pick. I know what I want.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
Give me Kendrick Bourne over 41.5 receiving yards.
That's a big number for him.
He's the only receiver they've got.
Yeah,
it's very true.
They got to throw it to somebody.
MVS. He's there.
MVS will play in the league for 30 years.
On 30 different teams.
That's right. But if you go for pass catchers for the Niners in this game, receiving props, McCaffrey 54, Bourne 41. The next Niner receiver or pass catcher is Jake Tongas.
Jake Tongs. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know how to say
He's the backup
And then
tight end.
DeMarcus Robinson and Kyle Juszczyk. Somebody's got to catch the ball.
I've heard of that guy, DeMarcus Robinson.
Former Chief.
Yeah.
And former Ram, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, give me Kendrick Bourne over 41.5.
Okay. I am going to take the Matthew Stafford bet. I'm going to go under half a yard.
Rushing.
Somebody had to do it.
Yeah. I think the key is, do you think the Rams are going to win the game? If your answer is yes, you're getting kneel downs, and you're probably going under that number.
The Stafford bet's so fun. Under
half a yard.
0.5 yards is minus 154. So, like, you're not even getting great value on he won't run.
But listen, we're trying to win here, so I'm throwing a minus 150 into a 4-leg parlay is still pretty good.
It's good. All right. Under a half a rushing yard for Stafford.
I like it.
We're going to see him rolling out and be like, throw it away.
Well, listen, he could rush for 3 yards.
And then lose 3.
No, we're still you're right, we're still live.
But you're only alive
rooting for the kneels.
You're only alive on kneel downs because quarterback rushing yards, if you scramble and lose yards, that's sack. That's not rushing yards.
That's right.
So anyway, under a half yard for Stafford. I like it. I like being on that.
I do too. I feel like they're going to win this game pretty easily, so that would make sense. Maybe it'll be so bad that he's not even in there for the kneel downs, though. That might be a problem.
Imagine he's got 1 yard rushing and they bring somebody else in to do the kneel downs.
Garoppolo comes in.
Oh, no.
Revenge game.
That would be tough. All right, I'm gonna take Christian McCaffrey for his longest reception to be over 17.5 yards.
Oof.
In the same sort of vein that you're talking about, they need to throw the ball to somebody. They're going to probably feed him little checkdowns and whatever, and he's going to break one of those loose. So I'm going to take him to get over 17.5 catch.
All right.
17.5. I think the Rams are going to win. I'm kind of going that route. I do think Puka Nacua has been pretty dominant this season. I have him at 10-plus alternate receptions there.
Wow.
Plus 168.
10.
Every week this season, except for week 2, he's been 10 and up. So if the trend keeps going, I think we've got a good shot there.
All right.
10.
10 so
10 plus.
It's a lot.
I did look at his alt receptions and yards, and it's like, 9 for 100 is the baseline for Puka.
All right. Plus 1338 after we throw the 10-plus Puka in there.
So
That's a big guy.
Yes, it is.
It's a big one.
So what's the game script we want then? I think we need offense.
Yeah,
because we've got the Rams throwing to Puka 10 times. Although, has Puka caught 10 passes in every single game this year?
Yeah, that's what you just said.
Except for week 2, he caught 8 in week 2 against Tennessee.
Oh, only 8 for him.
The game script for our parlay here is Rams win, Niners get some garbage time stats, McCaffrey gets a long catch.
I think we need Puka early.
Probably.
We're going to need first half him to get like 7.
Try and put the game away early.
Yeah, gets a couple more in the third, so you don't really need it in the fourth.
10 catches.
All right.
So many catches.
That's a lot of catches.
He is their offense. Like, their offense is... Although Adams is on pace for like 130 targets, too. But
everybody eats. How many carries for Kyron Williams?
He's starting to split time. He went from... We had this talk about him when we were comparing him to James Cook before the year. How he never leaves the field.
Yeah.
And how part of why you could argue the Rams should have paid him is he's a bell cow. He's always up. They're starting to mix Blake Corum in a lot. He's getting his own drives now in games. Like where the whole drive beginning to end is a Blake Corum drive.
Yeah.
So
Blake Corum has 23 carries.
Opposite, by the way, of James
Kyron
Cook.
Williams, 68.
James Cook got paid. His usage went up. Kyron Williams got paid. His usage went down.
Right. Yeah, James Cook is out carrying Kyron Williams right now.
Right.
75 to 68.
What would the odds have been on that at the start of the game?
Not high. I don't think high at all.
All right.
I like this game tonight. I'm back on my Shanahan's a fraud stance.
Oh, good. You're so comfortable there.
Yeah.
I feel like the Rams are just going to absolutely.
The Niners lose 53 men on their 53-man roster, and Joe's over here like, why can't this coach do something about it?
Eventually, it's their fault, right? Stop signing and trading for injury-prone players.
Injury-prone players like Jawan Jennings.
But it's everybody.
Nick Bosa.
How long does it have to happen before it's not a coincidence anymore? This is like the 6th time that a season's been derailed by the injury.
Here's the person that listens to your music on shuffle, and the 10th shuffle, you're like, it can't still be random. It can't still be random. No, I don't know. You might be onto something, but you're just
trainers or like something. I don't know.
Well, when McCaffrey is your team, that's a big part of it.
Right.
Your identity is a guy that is hurt all the time.
He's the healthy one right now.
It's a scary place to be with him. Is the only healthy one.
Not only is McCaffrey...
Kittle's always hurt.
McCaffrey is healthy, and here's one of your stats of the day on Christian McCaffrey, that in the NFL this year, on rushing yards over expected, the number one running back in yards over expected is David Montgomery at 108.
Okay.
Number 2 is James Cook at 94. And I don't know how many there are because it's in last place, is Christian McCaffrey at minus 66.
Ooh.
Wow. Minus 66 rushing yards over expected for Christian McCaffrey. How does that happen?
Is he cooked?
He's not been bad.
He's looked good. I feel like in the receiving game, though, more so. I've been seeing him breaking
If you do
plays.
it by attempt, he's a full 1 yard under expectation per attempt. They hand him the ball. An average back goes for 5. He goes for 4.
Yeah.
He's
That's crazy.
Right, minus 66. So, and he's not facing heavy boxes. He's near the bottom of the league in that.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, let me see if I take away the minimum for that. Who's lower than him? It's guys that have only had a couple of carries. Ray Davis is lower than him. But he's had 9 carries. Yeah, wow.
That seems crazy.
But receiving, he's
been incredible,
awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I don't know what I want to say. He's cooked because he is making an impact.
Is he trying
through the
to
air?
Stay healthy? Like, is he missing?
Maybe.
Is he going down quick and just not even risking it on runs like that? I feel like there's got to be some explanation for that because he doesn't look shot.
Maybe he's just stacking yards because that's all they have
right
through the air. Like he's on pace for 1,400 yards receiving. He won't get to that, but although he has had 1,000 in his career before, maybe he'll get to 1,000. Is that a good bet right now? They have no one else to throw to. He's catching it. He's getting targets per game so far for McCaffrey: 10, 7, 15, and 11. Like they are throwing him the football like crazy.
Yeah.
1,000 yards doesn't sound like a bad bet at this point.
For receiving, he's got 80 more receiving yards than he has rushing yards.
Do you know there's a back that could go 1,000 rushing and 1,000 receiving this year?
That isn't McCaffrey?
That is not McCaffrey.
1,000 rushing and 1,000. No, it's not James Cook.
Bijan?
Who's catching? Bijan?
It is Bijan.
That's a good get.
Last guy to do it was McCaffrey in 2019. Marshall Faulk did it. Roger Craig did it. Bijan could do it.
Did David Johnson do it?
No.
He came close, I thought.
No, the list is 3. Roger Craig, Marshall Faulk, Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah. David Johnson got to 879. That'd be a good list.
Yeah.
For Bijan to get onto.
He breaks like 50 and 60-yard screens, Bijan does.
He's so good.
He does what Cook did against the Ravens, right? When they move him into space, like, oh, look at this, wide open field.
Is he your favorite running back in the league to watch right now?
If it's not Bijan, it's Cook. It's those two. Bucky Irving's really great also.
I think, just on pure entertainment to watch, though, Cook takes a more nuanced I think. You know what I mean? Like he's smooth and he cuts and he is fast.
There are so many plays with Cook though that it's like, oh, he's down and he just like spins out of it.
That's right.
And it's like, whoa.
Maybe
what?
it's his size too. I don't know. Like it doesn't look like Bijan. It is like Bijan,
right?
But it doesn't look like Bijan. So he wouldn't be my answer, even though I have a total appreciation for how good he is. Maybe Breece Hall. Not Breece Hall. Maybe Bijan's got to be the answer.
Yeah, Bijan.
I think Bijan is
probably at the top of that. I like watching Cook a lot too. Like Cook is.
Bijan's got that thing where he like simultaneously looks like he is like punching through the earth with his feet while also floating at the same time. I don't know how to describe it. He's like violent and floating at the same time as a runner.
Henry's entertaining just because of the mass and the violence of it.
Yeah. All right. That's our four-way parlay. We've got it. We've got our action on tonight's game. We're at Kendrick Bourne over on receiving yards, Stafford under on rushing, Puka 10 catches, and
10 plus.
McCaffrey 17.5 on his longest reception.
10 plus means we need 10?
10.
Yes, 10
10
plus.
minimum.
10 clinches it. Okay. Can't wait for the first play of the game to be a QB draw to Matthew Stafford. It'd be great. Or a sneak on 3rd and 1 on the first whatever. I don't know if actually they might not be a sneak team. I don't think they sneak Stafford.
You want to make a fun game right now?
What?
What's the longest run of Matthew Stafford's career, do you think?
Whole career?
His whole career. Ooh. What'd you say?
He's got to have he's played a long time.
He had to break through.
Yeah,
for
he wasn't
yarder or something.
He wasn't the least athletic pocket quarterback in his prime. I would say his longest run is he's got a 30-yard run in there.
Okay,
that's my guess.
Your guess is 30?
I think he's got a 30-yard run.
Anybody else?
Bledsoe had a long run, didn't he?
You want me to find Drew Bledsoe's career longest run?
Wasn't there a Greg Buck clip on the station once upon a time with him running for 70 yards? Was that a real play though?
Before I give you the answer on Stafford, I want to give the answer on Bledsoe.
Because if Bledsoe should in theory have the smallest ever, but I think
Bledsoe's career longest run was 25 yards.
All right, I think Stafford's above that.
I'll bet Stafford got to 45.
Okay.
I was going to say
45.
40, 40, 42. I'm kind of in there.
I don't think it's that high.
I got to know
played for so long.
He had to have broken one on the lines at one point. That's where my head's at. 100%.
Okay. For comparison, Josh Allen's career long run is 45.
Oh, jeez. Now I feel stupid.
That's not probably counting his Steeler playoff run.
Right.
Okay, hold on. You want to include that too, the playoffs?
I thought that was pretty long.
That's right. That might have been a 50-yard run. Playoff rushing for Josh, 52. 52. Do you need me to do playoffs for Stafford and Bledsoe too?
No, it's fine.
I don't think.
We'll go with 45.
Drew Bledsoe's career-long playoff run was 4.
Awesome.
Yeah, and Matthew Stafford's career-long playoff run was 14.
Not a good sign for our regular season.
No,
not at all.
So as I mentioned, Drew Bledsoe's career-long run was 25 yards. Matthew Stafford's career-long run is 24.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Whoa.
He's 24 yards, his longest career run.
Come on.
Yep.
What happened, Mr. Tough Guy Stafford? Couldn't run somebody over for a 35-yard
He knows
game?
a lesson that I learned playing baseball, basketball, everything. The ball travels faster than you do.
Very true.
You know?
It's very true.
Don't run it over to the base. Throw it.
Brady's longest career run?
Don't run it. Throw it. The ball goes faster than you.
Now I want to find the best quarterback that has the shortest career long run. Ooh. Brady's is 22.
What's Manning at?
33.
Eli Manning?
Peyton Manning, 33.
Peyton's got to be.
Peyton had a big bootleg against the Bills.
That's right. That might be the run. 33 yards.
Okay.
Eli's longest run of his career is 18.
It's the low one
New
yet.
score to beat. He wasn't good. He wasn't good though.
It's the low guy in the clubhouse. Marino.
We need to find someone that was good lower than 18 yards
on their career
for their career
lowest.
Yeah,
the lowest career high for a run.
What's Kirk at?
Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Marino's longest was the leader in the clubhouse, was 18?
18 for Eli.
Marino was 15.
Ooh. 15. We got a new leader.
Yeah. Marino's career-long playoff run was 5.
Wow. That's why he didn't win any Super Bowls.
15 yards, the career-longest run for Dan Marino. This is a fun game.
Yeah, this is good.
Who's got the shortest career
Matt
long
Ryan.
run?
Yo, Matt Ryan could move a little bit.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
No, he couldn't.
3 years ago, he ran and he was clocked on Next Gen Stats going 19 miles per hour.
3 years ago?
Yes. Well, 5 years ago, whatever. Very late.
Even that.
Very late
Oh,
in
you've
his
got
career.
old Matt Ryan running 19 yards?
Old Matt
or
Ryan.
19 miles per hour?
Old Matt Ryan ran 19 miles per hour, and it changed how I looked at sports.
The camera actually was panned up, and you didn't see the rocket ship that he was standing on top of.
Something. He's on a hoverboard or something.
Yeah.
Beat Matt Ryan in a race.
He was wearing
right now.
Heelys on the field.
Heelys.
Yeah.
All right, 803-0550 is our phone number.
Matt Ryan ran for that must be the run, 39 yards.
Yeah.
And it was in his last season.
He hit 19 miles per hour.
So his long run before that was 20 in his career, but he ran for 39 yards with the Colts.
You know what they say, if the more you run, the more the defense gets tired out and you get better as you go.
Last one I'm going to look up before we take a break because I have a feeling this is going to be our leader.
Ooh.
I have a feeling, before I look him up, I think Phillip Rivers is going to take this.
Ooh.
Okay.
Phillip Rivers was the least athletic quarterback ever. Yeah. He played an AFC Championship game on a torn ACL. Do you know why? Because he didn't need his legs.
Right. The fact that we had Bledsoe at 25, that's a good number for him.
Phillip Rivers.
Career long run.
Who famously went an entire career without ever having a 30-yard or 30-point fantasy day. Career long. 18. Oh. Come on.
Oh, man.
All right,
so
Marino.
It's still Marino that's leading the way?
Yep.
Did you look up Brady?
22.
Oh, yeah, okay. Who are the other competitors here? Breeze? How about Breeze?
He was a little guy. I felt like he could scoot around.
Yeah, he's a little shifty, right?
Little doesn't have to
He didn't
mean
run
fast.
That's probably just a size thing more than a
career long run for Drew Brees.
22.
Okay. Well. What a game we've invented here.
Know, this is a good one.
What a
15,
game.
the score to beat.
It's 15, Marino. All right. Extendo Sports, then we hand it off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. So one number on New England so far this year, and this is one of the two things to watch for, and that's Drake May being the best Drake May being the best third down quarterback in football.
Right.
He's great.
I heard Sean McDermott asked about that yesterday. Yep.
And does anybody want to get into a potential area the Bills might be not great? Is it third down defense?
Third down defense.
So here comes the third down king against the third down defense that is a kingmaker. They often give up big plays on third down, 3rd and 8s, if you're a quarterback that can make plays. Fields didn't do much on third down, and Rattler didn't do too much on third down. The Dolphins were okay, good to okay, and of course Lamar and previous other great quarterbacks have really dinged the Bills on third down again and again and again. People are kind of bullish on their blue line. I'm seeing lots thinking on paper the Sabres have a really nice blue line, the best they've had probably in a while. And up front, we had this little game, Paul, where I would say to Joe every couple days or weeks, hey, remember Josh Norris? Because the Sabres' highest paid forward, who's under contract for a long time. We never really saw him last year, and he was a deadline acquisition, so he doesn't count as part of their offseason, but he's a big change into what they want to be going forward. And last night we got to see a little bit of him and, the skill he brings. So, if you're a Saber fan wondering how do they get to where they want to be, Josh Norris is going to be a big part of it, and he's had a pretty good preseason, I think.
Yeah, he's played 2 games, both here in Buffalo, and he's got 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points. It's not bad. So he scored a goal last night, the first goal, where it was right after Pittsburgh had scored a goal. It was right off the face-off. They get the puck. He breaks in. He goes down to one knee, but it didn't stop him at all. He popped right back up again, put a gorgeous move on the goaltender, and scored. So that's the kind of thing maybe you can expect. And people, if they have forgotten, don't forget he's scored 35 goals in this league in a year where he was healthy. So I would think if he can stay healthy, you're looking at 30, 35 goals from Josh Norris. And he's shown us in preseason that he's still Josh Norris when he's healthy and played pretty well.
So one thing from college basketball, they're going to 76 teams, is the look of it.
In the tournament, yeah.
A 12-game play-in?
Yeah.
All right.
Didn't need it. I'm good with the football playoff expanding. Didn't need it in basketball.
I mean, maybe Syracuse can make the tournament now?
More games for Dayton? Really?
Dayton,
Ohio.
The play-in capital of the world?
Well, they can't call it the first 4 now, though, right?
First 12?
First 12.
The debuting dozen.
Hey, come watch Southeast Missouri State play Lenova Tech in the 16-16 play-in game.
I'm just happy
for the right to lose by 70 next week to Gonzaga.
This gives us more opportunities to say, like, what's that? The Hilltoppers? The Moccasins? Oh, it's the fighting blankets against the
blankets.
The whirling swirlies. Okay. And Sister Jean, and then they got this kid over here.
She retired.
That's right. But they got a mascot. What's the mascot? It's a magic carpet. It's,
Do we think there's a sports team name out there named the Fighting Blankets?
Or the Swirly Whirlies?
What's more likely?
Swirly Whirlies.
I don't think
a minor league baseball team is going to be the Swirly Whirlies by the end of the day.
Yeah, there's a new ECHL hockey team named the Goatheads.
I saw that.
The New Mexico Goatheads.
Goatheads. We had a person...
Owen really giving his influence down there in New Mexico over the years.
We had a suggestion.
To it. Inspiration.
A suggestion to look up Dan Fout's career-long run.
Dan Fouts?
Answer, 32 yards.
I could not find anybody below Marino at 15. That's worth looking up.
You want Jeff George? One more.
I did not look up him. That's possible.
One more ask for Jeff George, who also did not run. Jeff George's career-long run was 17. Ooh, it was late. It was close.
Wow.
It was close, Joe. He topped out at 14 until like the 10th year of his career. He got one for 17.
Yep. How long do you think Trent Edwards' long career was?
Good question. And Rob wants us to check Roethlisberger. Roethlisberger,
I did. He had like a 29.
Yeah, he wasn't a statue.
Early Roethlisberger could run a little. Let's see. Lossman, 29. Edwards, 20. E.J. Manuel, 19.
19?
He wasn't very athletic.
No, that's right.
Fitzpatrick.
We had somebody ask for Jim Kelly's longest run. The answer is
29, I think.
24.
24.
Yeah. All right.
Marino
is
he finally won something.
He's the guy. Yeah, the least adept at running. All right. Football Friday tomorrow. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.